What is the problem? Because mine has a problem with that thing on budget.
Prayer. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come upon our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I would like to present a message from the National Assembly on the approval by the National Assembly of the third basis for the revenue sharing among the county governments. That's the third generation formula. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 41.3, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the approval of the third basis for revenue sharing among the county governments. That's the third generation formula. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message as follows. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the third basis for allocating among the counties the share of the national revenue that is annually allocated to the county level of government for the financial years 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 was determined and approved by the Senate on Thursday, September 17th, 2020, pursuant to the provisions of Article 2017(1) and 3 of the Constitution, and referred to the National Assembly for consideration. And whereas the National Assembly on Thursday, September 24, 2020, considered and approved the third basis for the revenue sharing among the county governments in the form as determined and approved by the Senate without amendments. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 217(1) and 4 of the Constitution and Standing Order 41(1) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Honorable Senators, in the circumstances, the third basis for revenue sharing among the county governments, that's the third generation formula, stands approved and pursuant to Article 217(7) of the Constitution shall be applicable until a subsequent basis for revenue sharing is approved. I thank you, Senators.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson of the Ad hoc Committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 29th September 2020, the 9th progress report of the Ad hoc Committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next order. Senator Dullo, please present your paper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 29 September 2020, National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2019-2020. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the notice of motion that the Senate adopt the 9th progress report of the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead and give the next notice. Senator Chair.
Madam Speaker, I give notice of motion for extension of mandate of the ad hoc committee on COVID situation in Kenya, that aware that at its sitting held on Tuesday, 31st March 2020, the Senate by resolution established the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation with a mandate to oversight actions and measures taken by the national and county governments in addressing the spread and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya. Appreciating that the mandate of the select committee is due to lapse on Wednesday, 30th September 2020, acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in its execution of its mandate and has regularly tabled in the Senate progress reports of its work, aware that the committee directed the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments in responding to COVID-19 pandemic, and that the report thereon, once received, will require to be considered by the committee, noting that the COVID-19 situation in the country continues to evolve. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya by a further period not exceeding 30 days of this resolution, to enable the committee continue to monitor and oversight the evolving COVID-19 situation in the country and to table its final report in the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, before we start statements, I would like to use my discretion to go to order number 12, which we have wanted to dispose in the last 2 weeks, and ask the Senator who is a member of the Committee of Powers and Privileges, Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga, to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Chair of the Committee of Powers and Privileges to move that the Senate adopt the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the inquiry into the conduct of senators during the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 8th September 2020. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Powers and Privileges is established under Section 15(1) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, number 29 of 2017. And the functions of the committee, as provided under Section 15(4) of the Act, shall be to inquire into the conduct of a member whose conduct is alleged to constitute breach of privilege in terms of Section 16, and 2, to perform such other functions as may be specified in this Act. Section 15(5) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 provides that the Committee of Powers and Privileges shall either on its motion or as a result of a complaint made by any person inquire into the conduct of a member whose conduct is alleged to constitute breach of privilege in terms of Section 16 within 14 days of receipt of the complaint. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, 24th June 2020, the Senate approved motions that reconstituted committees. Consequently, during the selection of the positions of chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health, held on 1st July 2020, the chairperson of Standing Committee was elected unopposed. However, the election of the vice chairperson could not proceed and had to be postponed as a result of a dispute arising from that election. And a report of the events surrounding the election and the vice chairperson was submitted to the office of the Speaker, explaining why the election could not be held. And upon reviewing the report, the Speaker directed that the matter be referred to the Committees of Powers and Privileges for its consideration in accordance with its mandate as set out in the Act. In addition, there were reports in the media that some senators were involved in a scuffle after the committee was adjourned. Subsequently, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, wrote a letter dated 2nd July 2020 to the Speaker of the Senate, drawing the attention of the Speaker to the reports appearing both in print and electronic media of an alleged scuffle within the precincts of Senate. Madam Speaker, it was against this backdrop that the Speaker of the Senate and Chairperson of the Committee of Powers and Privileges convened meetings of the committee to deliberate on this matter. The committee held 3 sittings on 11th August 2020, 18th August 2020, and 1st September of 2020. The committee considered the report of the events surrounding the election of the Vice Chairperson of the Health Committee and the letter of the EACC on the incident. Madam Speaker, the committee further invited the Chairperson of the Standing Committee of Health and the 2 senators who appeared before the committee on the 18th of August 2020, who gave the account of the events during the botched election of the Vice Chair of the Health Committee. The Chairperson of the Health Committee confirmed there was an altercation and a scuffle involving Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Senator MP. He also stated that trouble began during the election of the Vice Chairperson after a senator who was not a member of the Health Committee presented a letter from the Senate Majority Whip nominating her to vote on behalf of Senator Millicent Omanga MP, a member of the committee who was not present at the meeting, but who, upon being called on cell phone by one of the members present, allegedly denied having nominated any senator to vote on her behalf. Senator Kwamboka informed the meeting that there had been an exchange of words between her and Senator Mary MP, but that she had been provoked into a physical confrontation by Senator MP. Senator, who had offered herself for the position of Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Health, informed the Powers and Privileges Committee that there had been a disagreement concerning who would be allowed to vote for the absent member of the committee. Senator MP expressed regret at the unpleasant turn of events and stated that after the incident, she and Senator Kwamboka MP had continued to work together in a cordial manner. Further details of the deliberations are contained in the report of the Powers and Privileges Committee. Madam Speaker, arising from the inquiry of the conduct of the 2 senators, the committee observed that, 1, that the allegations of the conduct of the 2 senators was serious and suitable for inquiry by the committee within the meaning of Section 15(5) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. 2, that in terms of Section 15(4) and 5 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, it fell upon the committee to determine whether there had been a breach of privilege in the matter. Section 16 of the Act provides for conduct that constitutes breach of privilege as follows. The Committee of Powers and Privileges may find a member to be in breach of privilege if the member contravenes Section 25, 26, 28, or B, commits an act mentioned in Section 27, 1A, B, or 2 and 3, D, E, F, or G, willfully fails or refuses to obey any rule, order, or resolution of Parliament, D, contravenes any provision of the Speaker's orders issued under Section 38 of this Act, E, conducts himself or herself in a manner which, in the opinion of the Committee on Powers and Privileges, is intended or is likely to reflect adversely on the dignity or integrity of Parliament or the members, or to be contrary to the best interests of Parliament or its members. That in their submissions, the 3 senators who appeared before the committee had confirmed that indeed a scuffle had occurred between Senator Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Senator MP in the precincts of Parliament on 1st July 2020, and that the 2 senators had conducted themselves in a manner which reflected adversely on the dignity and integrity of the Senate. Madam Speaker, the committee therefore found Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Senator MP to be in breach of privilege in terms of Section 16E of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 for conducting themselves in a manner, in the opinion of the committee, reflected adversely on the dignity and integrity of Parliament and its members and was contrary to the best interests of Parliament and its members. Madam Speaker, Section 17(3) of the Act provides that where the relevant House of Parliament finds that a member has committed breach of privilege, the relevant House of Parliament may, in addition to other penalty to which the member may be liable under this Act or any other law, impose any or more of the following penalties. 1, a formal warning. 2, a reprimand. 3, an order to apologize to the House or a person in a manner to be recommended by the Committee of Powers and Privileges. D, the withholding for a specific period of time of the member's right to use and enjoy, to the use or enjoyment of any specified facility provided to members of Parliament. E, the removal or suspension of a specified period of time of the member from any parliamentary position occupied by the member. F, such fine in terms of the member's monthly salary and allowances as the House may determine. G, the suspension of a member for a period as the House may decide whether or not Parliament or any of its committees is scheduled to meet during that period. And H, vacation of seat pursuant to Article 75 2B 103 1C of the Constitution. It's against this backdrop that the committee recommends that pursuant to Section 17(3)(b) and C of the Powers and Privileges Act, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Senator MP be reprimanded for breach of privilege and be ordered to apologize to the House from the bar. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and I request Senator Nyamunga to second this motion. Thank you.
Senator Nyamunga. Let's give her the microphone.
I'm waiting and I didn't look. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to second the motion. Madam Speaker, I would like to state here very categorically that that the matter was treated with the seriousness that it deserves, and the Speaker himself was on the chair for the 3 sittings that we did. And also to note that, Madam Speaker, that Parliament is a house of honor, and immediately one joins this Parliament, there is a way that one is expected to behave. But it is also important to note that once a member has been given the name honorable, it means that for the rest of your life and anywhere you sit, anywhere in the world, and more so in this country, you are referred to as an honorable member. So there's also the expectation that goes with it. But since we are human, and also we are also prone to error, it is worth understanding that when we make mistakes, sometimes we fall short of expectation. In my view, Madam Speaker, it may not, I may not take a lot of time to belabor all the details of the report, because the report has been given in detail by a senator who who has brought the motion to the Parliament. So it is very clear that the two senators, from where I sit, have normalized their relationship. And I have watched them from time to time. Anytime we are interacting, Madam Speaker, I've noticed that the two senators have normalized their relationship and they are in good communication. It is also a learning experience for all of us that we need to accommodate each other from time to time as we interact in this house, and also to practice restraint at all times. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that it's unfortunate that these days the social media is always with us, and we don't know when anything can strike. So it is important that we are very careful how we relate. But sometimes you cannot be too careful because emotions are also allowed, and it is a natural thing. So I beg to support the motion, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. I now propose the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the inquiry into the conduct of Senator Beatrice Kwamboko MP and Senator Mary Seneta MP during the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 8th September 2020. Senator Inima Ketrut Musurube and honorable senators, they are trying as much as possible today to use our statement hour as statement hour. So please take 1 or 2 minutes. As Senator Nyamunga has said, we know that the relationships of the members have been normalized. So let's take the shortest time possible. I will give maybe 2 or 3 people only. Thank you. Senator Musurube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to air my thoughts on this statement. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, yes, indeed, when it comes to the name Honorable, there are so many expectations from the public, from ourselves, and from everyone else. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I've always seen Senator, and Senator Kwamboka relating with each other very well. In fact, I'm so surprised about this information that is coming here. I never knew there was anything. And there's need to also ensure that since they are in good relationship and they're working together, I want to suggest that as leaders, we must always endeavor to have emotional stability. And every day, even as we execute our mandate as senators, we learn on the job. And we need to let bygones be bygones, because the media is so happy about this. This is a juicy story for the media. In fact, maybe the whole week they'll just be talking about it, breakfast, lunch, supper. So we should forget about it. We have many legislative issues to execute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honors. Senator Omanga Millicent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I wanted to contribute to this report and maybe tell the two senators, Madam Speaker, apart from just being honorable members of this house, they are actually mothers. And when we talk about social media, all our children are on social media. Madam Speaker, and as members in the public, these girls, our children look up to us. They're on social media. When sometimes I walk around Nairobi, everyone, the youth are like, Mama Miradi, you know, you are our mentor. And all these kids are looking up to us. And I think it was not a good scene. But since, Madam Speaker, they've accepted their mistakes, because they're also human. Sometimes you might, not all of us are emotionally stable.
And since they have accepted their mistake, maybe they will apologize and endeavor to actually behave right next time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Wambua Enoch Kio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to add a male voice to this conversation in the spirit of E for she. Both Senator Kwamboka and Senator Seneta are my great friends. Madam Speaker, what happened was unfortunate. But the saving grace is that both of them have since noticed the mistake that they made. They have agreed to work together. Madam Speaker, I think as a people and as a leadership, it is true that the world looks at us and the things that we do as a benchmark for what is expected in society. And unfortunate as that matter was, we must also agree that at the time it happened, the political temperature was very high, Madam Speaker. And so to some extent, they were also victims of circumstances. We are now past that stage, Madam Speaker. Those of us who understand group dynamics, I think at the time this was happening, we were at the storming stage, where everybody was trying to exert the authority and take their positions. Madam Speaker, I support the recommendation of the committee that the two will just apologize and we move on and continue to set a good example in this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mr. Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa ya kamati. Na kwanza ningependa kusema kuwa sisi kama wabunge, sisi kama maseneta ni waheshimiwa na lazima tuendeshe mambo yetu tukiwa na heshima. Aidha tukiwa katika bunge ama hata tukiwa nje ya bunge, lazima maadili yetu tuyafuate kama waheshimiwa. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kuwa ni jambo la kupendeza kwamba maseneta wawili, Seneta na Seneta Kwamboka, wote wameweza kuomba msamaha na wakajutia makosa yao. Kwa hivyo ni sisi kama bunge kukubali kama ripoti ya komiti ili waweze kusamehewa na warudiane kwa miungano yao kama kawaida. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumechaguliwa kuhudumu kwa miaka 5. Kwa hivyo ikiwa tutaanza kupigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe, ina maana kwamba itakuwa vigumu kutekeleza malengo na shabaha ya bunge. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa vile wameweza kukubali kwamba walikiuka maadili kwa upande fulani, ni jambo la sawa kwamba waombe msamaha ili tuweze kusonga mbele. Asante Mr. Speaker kunipa fursa hii.
Finally, Senator Faria Ali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I am the final one because that is what I wanted to request you. Because already they have agreed to work together. Their relationship is cordial, and that problem is, it's past tense. So therefore, it's my request that we just ask them to apologize and we finish this matter now. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges on the inquiry into the conduct of Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Senator MP during the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 8th September 2021. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, having passed that, I now want to give another communication relating to the decision that we have just made. Honorable Senators, the Committee of Powers and Privileges undertook an inquiry pursuant to its mandate under Section 15(4) and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. The committee was of the opinion that pursuant to Section 16(e) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, the two senators engaged in conduct that reflected adversely on the dignity and integrity of Parliament and of the Senate in particular, contrary to the best interests of Parliament and its members. Accordingly, the Committee of Powers and Privileges recommended that, pursuant to Section 17(3)(b) and (c) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Seneta MP be reprimanded for breach of privilege and be ordered to apologize to the House from the bar. Honorable Senators, this recommendation, come in, Senators. Honorable Senators, this recommendation has been adopted by the Senate a few minutes ago, and subsequent to that decision, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka MP and Senator Mary Seneta MP are now considered strangers until they have been reprimanded and have tendered a suitable apology to the Senate in accordance with Section 17(3)(b) and (c) of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. Paragraph 4 of the third schedule of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 vests in the Speaker the authority to administer disciplinary action recommended by the Committee of Powers and Privileges and adopted by the House. Senators, can you take your seats, please? Please move to your seat, Senator Senior. Take your seat. Honorable Senators, the said paragraph provides that where the House adopts any recommendation of the report for disciplinary action with or without amendments, the Speaker shall forthwith take action accordingly. Honorable Senators, I therefore order the Sergeant-at-Arms to escort the two strangers, Ms. Beatrice Kwamboka and Ms. Mary Seneta, if they are in the chamber, and ensure that they withdraw from the chamber and take seats at a suitable place designated for strangers at the bar. Thereafter, I will call each one of them to the bar for disciplinary action as resolved by the Senate. I thank you, Senators. Can Senator Bashirov take your seat, please? Can the majority whip take your seat, please? Honorable Senators, I would now like to call upon Ms. Magori Beatrice Kwamboka. By Honorable Senators, by the authority of the Senate and the powers conferred on the Speaker, and following the adoption of the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges, I wish to state as follows. That on Wednesday, 1st July 2020, during the election of the position of chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health in the Precincts of Parliament, you, Ms. Makori Beatrice Kwamboka, engaged in a scuffle with a fellow senator in violation of Section 16E of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. That your conduct on the said date reflected adversely on the dignity of the Senate and its members. This House expresses its displeasure on your conduct, which brought disrepute to the Senate and its membership. You are hereby reprimanded and warned to refrain from engaging in such behavior, whether in public or private life. I now require you to tender an apology to the Senate forthwith. Ms. Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
Of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 constituted a breach of privilege and reflected adversely on the dignity and integrity of Parliament and its members, and was contrary to the best interest of Parliament and its members. I undertake that I shall abide by the responsibilities of leadership as set out in the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, we missed part of your reading, the last part.
I therefore beseech to be admitted to the chamber.
Thank you, Senator. Apology accepted, and you are required to come to the desk right here. Submit the same apology.
You are still a stranger. Madam Speaker, point of order. Is it
What's your point of order, Senator?
The apology read by Senator Kwamboka does not include her full name as stated by the communication from the chair. She said, I, Beatrice, I, Kwamboka. The name should be cited.
Yeah, allow
Yes.
the senator to address the chair. Let's not address him.
Yes, what I'm saying, Your Honor, is that, Madam Speaker, the name should be read the same way it was read in the report and in the communication from the chair.
Let's verify if it's the same Kwamboka we are talking about. The clerk is going to do the verification shortly. Yes, what's your point of order, Senator Kilonzo Mutula?
I was just, since we have not seen this before, I was just thinking when the apology is read, is it you, Madam Speaker, to accept the apology, or it's us? I thought you'd say, members, I put the question, do you accept the apology? We say, yes. Something like that. Thank you.
Okay. Senator, I gave you opportunity to have three from both sides to say whether the report is adopted. You adopted the report. and having adopted the report, the remaining was mine. So I have just implemented what should be implemented. On the question that was raised by Senator Mwinyi on the issue of the names, I have perused. I didn't hear, I may have not heard that she skipped some of the names, but we have verified that all the names are here. So we are okay. So allow me to call on the next senator, Senator. Please take your seat. Now you are becoming a stranger indeed. Senator Kwamboka, you are now admitted to the seat. Honorable Senators, by the authority of the Senate and the powers conferred on the Speaker and following the adoption of the report of the Committee of Powers and Privileges, I wish to state as follows, that on Wednesday, 1st July 2020, during the election of the position of chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health in the presence of Parliament, you, Ms. Mary Yiane, Senator, engaged in a scuffle with a fellow senator in violation of Senator Lelekwe, what was your point of order?
Chair, Madam Speaker, I've seen my neighbor here, Senator Mbito, walking to the dispatch table while you are on your feet. Is he in order, Madam Speaker?
Senator Mbito, were you walking around when I was concentrating on delivering a message?
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I apologize.
Okay, I'll take the apology because I didn't see you. Honorable Senators, that on Wednesday, 1st July 2020, during the election for the position of chairperson and vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Health in the presence of Parliament, you, Ms. Mary Yiane, Senator, engaged in a scuffle with a fellow senator in violation of 16E of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. That your conduct on the said date reflected adversely on the dignity of the Senate and its members. This House expresses its displeasure on your conduct which brought disrepute to the Senate and its membership. You are hereby reprimanded and warned to refrain from engaging in such behavior, whether in public or private life. I now require you to tender an apology to the Senate forthwith.
Madam Speaker, I, Yaine Mary, Senator, hereby tender my unreserved apology to this House for having acted in a manner which, pursuant to Section 16E of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017, constitute a breach of privileges and reflected adversely on the dignity and integrity of Parliament and its members, and was contrary to the best interest of Parliament and its members. I undertake that I shall abide by the responsibility of leadership as set out in the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. I therefore, Madam Speaker, beseech to be admitted in the chamber.
Thank you, Senator Mary Yiane. I now admit you back to the chamber, and please bring a copy of your apology to the front desk. Thank you. Honorable Senators, we now go back to the order paper. Next order, Speaker, Clerk. Honorable Senators, there is a very strong request that I continue to reorganize. I'll reorganize because there are 3 motions that are at division level. And I want to start with number 10, number 11, and then number 9, so that we vote for the 3 today and get them out of the order paper. Then we'll go back to statements. Honorable members, then please take your seats. Take your seats. Next order.
Order number 10, the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2020, third reading division.
We'll take a bell for 2 minutes. I'm saying 3 minutes. I'm told 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Honorable senators, please come in and settle down. Honorable senators, we need to tell us where are the whips to give us the you're already here. How are you? Can we have the two tellers? Yeah. We already have Senator Faria on this side. Can we have a teller for the other side? Good. Whips, can you give me a teller for this side? Okay, Senator Kwamboka is already here, and Senator Faria. Honorable senators, we are going to vote by roll call. Honorable senators, we want to start. It's going to be by roll call. Clerk? By roll call. Honorable senators, I now want to put a question. Please settle down. Honorable senators, can you take your seats? Can you take your seats? Take your seats, please. Honorable senators, I would now like to put the question that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2020 be now read a third time. We already have two tellers, Senator Faria and Senator Kwamboka. And it's going to be by roll call, so the two senators come forward. Senators, please console on low tones because the roll call is beginning.
The county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2020, third reading division, roll call. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County. Senator Haji Mohammed Yusuf, Garissa County.
On behalf of my delegation, Garissa, I vote yes.
Senator Hagura Godana, Marsabit County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda, Machakos County. It's okay.
I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Bi Speaker, naunga mkono.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jebkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes. I had Jeben here for my delegation, but I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
Vote yes.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Senator Lelegwel Tumbesi, Samburu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator
I vote yes.
Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Loitip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Napiga ndio.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
On behalf of Kajiado delegation, I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Situila Amos, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipselei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Senators from the extended chamber, please come forward.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
Kericho votes yes.
Hata sijui.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew
I
Bomet
vote
County.
yes.
Honorable Senators, the results of the vote on the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate bills number 7 of 2020 are as follows. Abstention 0, nays 0, yes 38. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2020-2021 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocation, and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, the next vote will be on Order 11, the prompt payment bill, Senate bills number 3 of 2020, and I now put a question that the prompt payment bill, Senate bills number 3 of 2020, be read a second time. We will still do roll call voting, and we shall retain our returning officers. Senator Faria and Senator Kwamboka, please.
The prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2020, second reading, division, roll call. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherarke Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf, Garissa County.
On behalf of my delegation, I vote yes.
Senator Hagura Godana, Marsabit County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda, Machakos County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jebkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar Lamu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Toet, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwinyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinyua, Laikipia County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County. Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
No, it can't be like that. Sorry. Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wako Sitwila Amos, Busia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Keio, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
Vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes.
What is Tharaka Nithi? Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipselei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. And Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Senators, we have a last vote to make. Honorable Senators, the results of the division on the prompt payment bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2020 is as follows. Abstention 0, nay 0, yes 38. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for prompt payment for the supply of goods, works or services to the government and for connected purposes.
Thank you. The last vote, honorable members, the last vote is on order number 9 on the provision of cemetery, funeral parlors, and cremation in all counties by Senator Dr. Alice Milko. I now put the question that aware that under Article 61 of the Constitution of Kenya, land in Kenya is classified into 3 categories: public, community, and private land. Further aware that public land is vested in both the county and national governments and is managed on their behalf by the National Land Commission, and that Article 62(2) clarifies the distribution of public land between the 2 levels of government. Cognizant that the 4th schedule of the Constitution delegates cemeteries, funeral parlors, and crematoria as a function of the county governments. Concerned that cemeteries in the country are filling up and counties are finding it increasingly difficult to identify land to allocate as public for use as a cemetery, with the knowledge that any cemetery or burial place that is crowded and therefore dangerous to health is defined as constituting a nuisance in the Public Health Act. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon the county governments to ensure that funds are allocated in the county annual development plans for the year 2020-2021 towards the planning and development of cemetery, funeral parlors, and crematory facilities. Again, our votes are going to be by roll call, and I call on the 2 senators, Senator Faria and Senator Kwamboka, to come forward, please, and take the votes.
Motion, provision of cemetery, funeral parlors, and crematoria in all counties. Division. Roll call. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County. Senator Boy Issa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherar K. Samson Kiprotich, Nandi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf, Garissa County.
On behalf of my delegation, I vote yes.
Senator Hagura Godana, Marsabit County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda, Machakos County.
Yes.
Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan Wakarura, Nakuru
I
County.
vote yes.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwel Tumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote yes.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwenyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
I vote yes, Madam Speaker.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
I vote yes, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron, West Pokot County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur, Nairobi County.
Yes, is what I vote.
Senator Wako Situila Amos, Busia County.
Oh, I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Keyo, Kitui County.
Madam Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County. Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal, Turkana County. Senator Kangata Irongo, Moranga County.
Vote yes.
Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County. Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County. Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County. Senator Moi Gideon Kipselei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo, Kisii County. Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
This way. Honorable Senators, the division on the this not county allocation. The division on order number 9, which is on the provision of cemetery, funeral parlors, and crematoria is in all counties is as follows. Abstention 0, nays 0, ayes 38. The ayes have it.
Okay, order members. Remember last week I did commit myself that I'll be allowing a lot of time this afternoon for us to discuss the mess report. Therefore, the statements that are here under standing order number 48 will just be read and committed to the committees so that we'll go straight away to the debate on the mess ad hoc mess report. So, Senator Homa Bay County, Senator Moses Kajwang. Oh, okay. Clerk, read the order.
Order number 7, statements.
Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, at a past sitting, you allowed me to pass this statement to the relevant committee. And Mr. Speaker, to avoid wasting the time of the House, just allow me to report that the Health Committee has already taken action on my statement request on the strike by health workers in Homa Bay County. Mr. Speaker, they have called the governor, they have called the workers, and as we speak, the matters that I raised in that statement have been resolved, and the committee is even planning a visit to Homa Bay County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Senator Ali, what's your intervention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before you go to the other statement, you remember I asked a statement here on the issue of abduction, which was very urgent, and you have ordered the CS for Defense and Internal Security to come. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, we have not had anything from that issue. That young man is still nowhere. I don't know, now the family members were the whole of the today going all around mortuaries, looking for him. From there, they say they want to go to Ngong Hill and other places to check for his body. Mr. Speaker, when can we get an answer from the concerned authorities on the whereabouts of this young man?
It's unfortunate the chair security had a slight accident. Actually, he was flown in this morning. I was able to receive him at Wilson Airport. Yeah, I think he slipped and hurt his hip. So he was brought by Amrev flights. And he had a discussion, I think, with the minister. So we'll find out exactly what they agreed and give you a feedback by maybe Thursday. Senator Locorio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also brought a statement here on the issue of the emergency fund within the trade unions that was sent to the Labour Committee some months ago. The answer that was brought was unsatisfactory. The chair agreed with me, so they were to bring back a better answer. That has not been done. I also did a statement on the frustrations within the pension department, frustrations of pensioners. That has not been handled yet. I know the chair was busy with the COVID committee, but now that he's available and I know he's diligent, could he expedite this matter? Thank you, Mr.
I think the chairman has heard. That is Sakaja. Yes, Sakaja, you can see you want to.
Thank you, Chair. It is true those statements were brought. But you remember, during this period, I was also chairing the 12 disciples on the revenue formula, and now we are free. So we shall expedite. Senator Petronilla, please don't be worried. I'll give you a response very soon, within the next 1 or 2 weeks. I commit to do that, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Chararge. Can see you have an intervention.
Chair, Speaker, maybe 2 things. There is a statement I brought on urgency of firing of employees of around 384 in Nandi County, and the county government subsequently went ahead to put an allocation notice on the newspaper. So, Chair, I had requested last week that maybe the Labour Committee, through the able Chair Sakaja, to maybe give us an interim so that at least because they have not been paid and yet they have been fired through a national newspaper. Secondly, Chair, on the issue of, I've seen your communication on electricity. Since it is an urgent matter, I was requesting that you vary so that maybe the CS can appear maybe this week, because the issue of blackouts in Nandi is becoming rampant and erratic. And you had noticed that you had directed that it becomes a matter of through the Energy Committee, but through the All Committee. And issues of electricity is a very alive matter. And I think all senators in this House have a similar problem. So, Chair, I have never seen a situation where a witness is directing the Speaker to come at the convenience or the comfort of that witness. So, Chair, I think there is something wrong there. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
On that one, actually, is the Chair Energy, Senator Minor. Is he here? He's the one who requested that they vary the dates after they discussed. It was Chairman Ephraim Maina who requested actually that they needed a bit of time to bring a response to what had been raised. So since we did agree that, okay, they are coming to the whole House, but it's being led by the Energy Committee, I gave him the discretion. Senator Isaac Maura, next statement. Senator Gordon Hargura.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation regarding the utilization of the Roads Maintenance Levy Fund by the county governments. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state whether the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works has amended the 3rd schedule to the Kenya Roads Board Act to designate county governments as road agencies, and if so, provide the Gazette notice of the same. 2, table evidence that Kenya Roads Board has issued instructions to county governments as road agencies concerning the utilization of the fund as pertains to planning and distribution of maintenance works in the counties. 3, provide a breakdown of the amounts disbursed to each county from the financial year 2015-16 to date and indicate the maintenance works undertaken. And lastly, explain whether the Kenya Roads Board carries out audit of the utilization of the funds and provide a summary of the audit findings, both financial and technical, on how each county government has utilized the funds from financial year 2015 to date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, it's committed to the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation. Senator Lamu, Anyas Loitip-tip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from Standing Committee on Health, regarding non-payment of the health service allowance to ambulance drivers and support staff working in hospitals and health facilities in Kilifi, Lamu, Tana River, Mombasa, Kwale, and Taita Taveta county governments. In the statement, the committee should: 1. State the reason for failure by the county governments of Kilifi, Lamu, Tana River, Mombasa, Kwale, and Taita Taveta to pay health service allowance to employees in job group D to F, consisting mainly of ambulance drivers and support staffs, contrary to the provisions of a circular from the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, into bracket SRC, reference number SRC/TS/HWI/Volume 1/61, and dated 9th March 2017. And lastly, outline the measures put in place, if any, to ensure that these cadres are expeditiously paid their due allowances, which have been pending for the last 3 years, and that they are not left out in any allowances that will apply to the other health workers in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Okay, it is committed. So that brings us to the end of the statements. Let us get to the next order. So the statements under Order 51(1)A and 51(1)B stand deferred. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Adoption of the report of the ad hoc committee on managed equipment services.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., you had a balance of 15 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. As I was making my submissions last week, Speaker, no. The Speaker, the question of cost. The question of cost in this report still leaves a question that has not been answered. Mr. Speaker, this program is titled Managed Equipment Services. Mr. Speaker, this service, according to what we have been passing, is supposed to be a leasing contract. When the committee was supposed to address this issue, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 61 on page 49, this is what they said. Most equipment supplied under MES project did not require frequent changes in technology. As such, there was no value for money by acquiring the equipment through MES rather than the outright purchase. Mr. Speaker, that conclusion is a contradiction. That's why we are saying the chapter on the report by the distinguished committee, Mr. Speaker, chapter 6, is a contradiction of the whole report. Mr. Speaker, I am going to say this without fear, that the chapter on recommendations, chapter 6, was done by a different person from chapter 1 to 5, because they appear to have been reading from a different script. Mr. Speaker, the script is, and I'm going to clarify.
What's your point of intervention, Senator Dulo?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, I think, is it really in order for Senator Mutula to say that recommendations of this report was done by a different person. And it is very clear that the report was signed by the 9-member committee.
Okay, I think it's just a point of debate. Yes, yes.
It's not nearly a statement of fact. It's just that,
Senator Mutula, do you want to be informed by Senator Wambua? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I really would hate to interrupt my brother, Senator Makueni, but just to inform him, and maybe this will be for the benefit of the entire House as we debate this report. Let us draw a distinction between leasing and managed equipment service. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't do that, then we end up in trouble. The Speaker, what we are dealing with is a new concept that has just been improved into placement. We came from leasing into managed equipment service. That's the one we are dealing with. But now the world has moved from there to placement. Let me just say something about managed equipment service that we are dealing with. In this scheme, can I just finish? I'm not defending the report. I'm just explaining the difference between leasing and mess.
It's on a point of order, so let him conclude.
You will still achieve what you want to achieve, but please, can I just say what I need to say? Managed equipment service, the Speaker, is a situation where the equipment that we have today in our hospitals does not belong to us. The only thing that we are paying for in those hospitals is the service that we are getting from the equipment. That, Mr. Speaker, the torch, it's a risky thing. It's a very risky thing. The torch that we bought at 1 million Kenya shillings, the torch does not belong to us. We are just paying for the light that we are getting from the torch for 7 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nderitu, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the report is with us. We are reading the report. I don't know if they have not written everything on the report. They would have asked for more information so that they write what they are telling us right now. Mr. Speaker, we're just responding from what is in the report, not anything else, Mr. Speaker. And
okay, Senator. Let Senator Mutula proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm raising these concerns is because the last chapter is actually the recommendations which the good committee would like us to vote on. And therefore, the recommendations cannot be ambiguous. And it can't leave us with questions. For example, 61, the paragraph on whether this was a direct purchase or lease of basic equipment is not answered. And there is no recommendation. Is it possible, Mr. Speaker, that government entered into a euphemism of purchase and pretended it was leasing? And the question must be answered, because in a hire purchase or in a leasing, because I lease my printers, you only pay for consumables. Now, the tragedy is that the ministry itself drafted and has a list which is of purchase. So, Mr. Speaker, did this criminal enterprise get into a direct purchase disguised as leasing? Why do we call it a leasing contract? And why does the committee then pose a question which they don't answer? Who is supposed to answer that question? That's a concern I have. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we say that this report, well authored, the conclusions in that report appear to be disjointed from the body of what they were saying. And let me just give you a highlight of what the committee says on page 22 and page 249. Mr. Speaker, the committee identifies that this is a leasing contract where you're supposed to buy equipment that is high-end for a short period of time, and then in the end, Mr. Speaker, you return the equipment if you don't need it. But Mr. Speaker, the question that has not been addressed is what happens after the 7-year lease. Do we return this equipment now that we have placed them in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker? Do we buy, Mr. Speaker, this equipment, or what do we do? When we are praising Mombasa for doing a good job, Mr. Speaker, what happens after the 7-year contract? Do we transfer the same? Mr. Speaker, I mentioned last week, and I was given 15 minutes as you give me the red light.
I'm told it was only 6.
No, it was you mentioned 13.
I mentioned, but I've been advised by the clerk.
Your Speaker, you have revised your ruling.
I've revised my ruling.
Let me try and finish then. Mr. Speaker, the reason I say the recommendations of this committee appear to be in contradiction with the body of their report. Mr. Speaker, in the conceptualization of this project, Mr. Speaker, on page 77, they identify what this project was supposed to do. They identify who was supposed to do it. And Mr. Speaker, this is what they say on page 81. The committee observations. Mr. James Macharia, Transport Minister, signed this contract, was a minister between 2013 and 2015. It was during this tenure that MOH proposed the specialized medical equipment. They have already identified the problem. When it comes to the conclusion, they say some officials, public officials, entered into contracts that are not known. When it comes to lawyers, and in particular paragraph, page 96 and 97, Mr. Speaker, something very strange happened. The lawyers, the contractors contributed donations for legal fees. It's unheard of. The lawyers, part of the law firms, were lawyers for part of the contractors. A direct conflict. When the committee makes a recommendation on page 249, Mr. Speaker, it says this GE refused to come. Mr. Speaker, one of the contractors, Philips, were paid late. We paid a fine, Mr. Speaker, on page 249 of 6 million for late payment. Mr. Speaker, under PFM, this is a violation. The person who caused this late payment, Mr. Speaker, under section 197, 198, this person will be sanctioned. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say this is a criminal enterprise. I thought I was going to say more, but because I don't have time, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say this is a criminal enterprise. It's not enough to use the words if in this report. Mr. Speaker, this was criminal action by persons who are known, by cabinet secretaries who are known, permanent secretaries who are known. They signed the contracts, lawyers were involved, they didn't bring in a priest, PKF were paid for a work that is 3 days. You can't travel to 47 counties in 3 days, Mr. Speaker. Somebody should have been sanctioned. Public officials should have been told to step aside. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing to hide. And Mr. Speaker, as I wind up to say, I don't agree with those who say we throw out this report. The committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, should take cognizance of this report and we amend it. We amend this report to conform to what we are saying. Let's not do a ruaraka on this report. It will be an indictment on the Senate. If we do a ruaraka on this report, Mr. Speaker, I support with those amendments. Thank you.
Senator Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make my contribution on this report. Brilliant work done by our colleagues, and we've had opportunity to listen to presentation from the committee itself, and now reactions from colleague senators after having taken time to read through. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend our colleagues who served in this committee for a good effort, work well done. I have misgivings that I'll later speak about,
and areas that I consider to be fatal to the report. But before I get there, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to take time to appreciate that not many committees go to the depth of issues as this particular committee on leased medical equipment did. They have brought to light various issues that Kenyans have asked themselves over the last 5 or 6 years that this scandal has been around. Mr. Speaker, you do recall, and I say this with a lot of nostalgia, because one time in the year 2015, Mr. Speaker, as a young man going about my duties, there was a function in Kericho County. And amongst the dignitaries that had come that day to grace the occasion were people, colleague senators, some who are still members of this House, who had come to do what most of us do on every other weekend, perform our social welfare duties as citizens of this republic, and speak about one or two things that affect our society. And of particular note to me, Mr. Speaker, is that there was a general heated debate across the country about governors who had refused some machines. At that time, I thought maybe it's a donation, because I wasn't a keen follower of the things that were happening at that time. But as fate will have it, a little, maybe 10, 11 months down the line, I found myself in this House, and that's the time I began to understand the challenges that first our county governments were going through, and also secondly, we as senators were doing at that time. Because the general debate, there was a lot of misinformation about why many governors were refusing to append their signature on these contracts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that this report, I'm not sure, I cannot recall the exact page, but it indicts all the 46 governors, the first-term governors, and leaves out Governor Isaac Ruto, because the rest signed. And all of them, they have given their explanations about why they signed. You know, we've read the ridiculous explanation by Governor for Kakamega. Much as it may look ridiculous, I know at that time, Mr. Speaker, that we were approaching an election, and how it was being explained. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is Kenya, and Kenyans are peculiar people. Many of the times that they are minimalist in their expectations of issues and how they appreciate different issues. It's either that you're yes or no. I think this is a product of maybe 2005 debate on referendum, where since that time, Kenyans have always known all our debates to be about a yes or no. Just like the current debate, say, on the Building Bridges initiative, where despite the fact that there may be general consensus that there are things that you need to review, we're all being boxed into one situation. You either support or you don't. It's a very bad culture within our country. And I sympathize. I say that to say this, that many of our governors found themselves in a situation where you're either signing so that people in your county access medical services, or you're sending people to die in our public hospitals. And it is under that cloud that many of our governors went on to sign. Of course, that is not to excuse their behavior, because they should have behaved like their colleague, then Governor for Bomet, Governor Isaac Ruto, who stuck to his guns and said, my conscience cannot allow me to sign these things that are being done here. And therefore, what this committee has done, reading through the report from the annexures all the way to exposing how the project was conceptualized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to spend a minute in explaining that this project, this is one of the most poorly conceptualized public procurement projects in the Republic of this country, Mr. Speaker, because the first point of call, if you want to buy equipment for county governments, surely, how do you sit at Afia House and make decisions on behalf? I can bet you, Mr. Speaker, that because you know how people are employed in this country, perhaps the people who sat in that boardroom meeting have never crossed River China, maybe to the left, and maybe not beyond, anywhere beyond Machakos town. And they are making decisions on behalf of people in Hola, on behalf of people in Lodwar, on behalf of people in Kericho, on behalf of people in Seme Kisumu. You know, if the conception of this project was properly guided, then the first cardinal rule that will have been observed, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that you have a buy-in of all our county governments, so that you do a needs assessment course of what are the specific needs that each and every part of the country has. We know that the kind of diseases that the people of Kisumu battle are not similar to what we battle in Kericho. And even in Kericho, a county the county that I represent, I know that different parts of a county battle different kinds of diseases at different times. Therefore, it's not a one soup where you can sit in Nairobi and say, oh, I want to supply the whole country with radiology machines and dialysis machine and that kind of conceptualization. It is clear from the onset at conceptualization, Mr. Speaker, that this was all about making money. And this has been properly brought out. And for such, I commend the efforts of our colleagues that indeed they have spoken to the issues that many Kenyans have continued to ask over the years about this particular report. Mr. Speaker, the greater challenge that we have as a House this afternoon is, what do you do with this report? Because, like colleagues have pointed out, the recommendations are badly wanting. Mr. Speaker, and the reason I say this, Senator Mutula, I agree with you, is because about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I sent a petition to our county assembly about various issues that were of concern to me as senator in charge of Kericho. And when the recommendations came back, they were just as generic as what is in this report. We are recommending DCI, we are recommending ESCC. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the clerk at the County Assembly of Kericho who worked on the report, I took time to call them because they are somebody who's known to me. This is somebody who we went to school together. And I asked them, why would you recommend such? They said, but you must appreciate, Senator, that many of our reports, we draw the context and the wording from the reports that you produce in Parliament and at the Senate. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must do something that radically departs from what we are used to generally. This business of a committee sitting, ensuring that they expose all the ills in a particular situation, then coming to be soft on the recommendations is something that this House today is being called to make a radical decision. You cannot tell me, Mr. Speaker, that after you have invited a private entity like General Electric and they have refused to show up, yet at the end of the term of this contract, they are going to make away with 24 billion Kenya shillings in excess, or is it actually 28, Mr. Speaker, that we can just allow it to pass and say we refer them to ESCC. Which ESCC, Mr. Speaker? The same ESCC that for the last 6 or 7 years has not been able to prosecute the people who painted containers in green and white and dumped them in Mombasa and told us that those were mobile clinics. We've got to be serious as a House. And the options that are with us are quite limited, Mr. Speaker. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that I brought before you an amendment. And it's not something, I don't want to revisit the ruling of the Speaker. I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. But recall that on that day I said, if I'm not allowed to prosecute my amendment, then I'll be forced to make a very difficult decision about this report, because I know if I pass it as it is, it's a pat on the back of the thieves that have executed this particular contract, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate, but I call upon our colleagues to think through and let us make a decision that Kenya will eventually be proud of. I do not mind even waiting on decision making on this particular report, Mr. Speaker, because if it goes as it is, the companies that have been mentioned here, Mr. Speaker, they are not just ordinary people. A company that does business with government of Kenya and is given business worth 28 billion is not just business that you're given by a procurement officer. I dare say that's not business that you can be even given just by a cabinet secretary. That is big business. For KRA to collect 28 billion, sometimes it takes about almost a month. And therefore, for you to give a private entity the ability to transact with you, like General Electric did in this particular deal, these are people that have connections in high places. If you read through the report, you will realize that the companies that were involved in that scandal of mobile clinics, the containers that have been in Mombasa for the last 5, 6, 7 years, and nothing has been done about it, are the same companies that we are reading about even in this particular current KEMSA scandal of COVID millionaires. These are the same sharks who took donations from Jack Ma. And you want to tell us we send them to DCI? What will Kinoti do to them? It is only us as Parliament that can make a decision with finality on what to do with these particular people, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I am being forced to make a difficult decision, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, to think, because time. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen, why are you causing a lot of excitement with your entry? Senator Cheriot.
You remember, Mr. Speaker, I had mentioned something about certain senators who visited my county. I need not say more, Mr. Speaker, at that particular time. But some of them have just walked in, Mr. Speaker. And forced Governor Chepkwony that if he doesn't sign, he will face the music come 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to the issues that have been brought before us, that as a House of Parliament, we must make a decision. We must vary this business of referring people back to EACC and DCI. You must name public officials. The Attorney General who came before us and gave this committee, because I took time sometimes to watch some of the submissions that were brought, that on one day he came and said, I never signed this contract. On another day he said, oh, I did it, but under duress. He must explain this. You were duty bound as a committee to ask AG Githu Muigai to tell this House, who is it that forced his hand to sign this particular contract? If you don't expose it, for sure, you're making it a joke. C.S. Mailu, a good gentleman, appeared before this committee. He sat where Senator Kabaka is seated today and told the House that a PS told him that those contract documents are state secrets, that for the 2 or 3 years that he was Minister for Health, he never saw them. Yet that PS hasn't been indicted in this report. Honestly, good people, when you tell us that you want to refer the same people to EACC and DCI, and you make general comments about it, aren't we just handing another eating expedition to the officials of this EACC and DCI? Because we live in Kenya and we know what will happen. If as Parliament we want to be serious with it, the options are before us. Either we have a stay on the decision until we make a decision on how do we enlarge, now that the window for making amendments has been stopped. Or even, Mr. Speaker, I do not mind exercising Standing Order number 58, waiting for another 6 months as this report is in purgatory, as we draft, one, what to do with these public officials that have been named, how you bar. You know, General Electric in Boston, the headquarters of this world conglomerate, they need to know that their subsidiary in East Africa involves itself in corrupt practices. And when they are called to account before Parliament, they refuse. I do not mind to wait for 6 months, Mr. Speaker. If that decision is a decision that I need to make today and put a hold, either by abstaining, voting no, but until the right decision is made on the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to support in the current context as things are, Mr. Speaker. I call upon my colleagues to think through with it, perhaps in the next few minutes as we debate. Let people coalesce, let us be given options, but supporting it in the current format, I am afraid, Mr. Speaker, is not an option that is available
consult
to
in
me.
low tones. Consult in low tones.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, finally, because I know many of our colleagues want to speak on this particular issue, I've said that Section 58 of our standing orders is one of the options that I want to consider as I make decision on this. The final thing that I want to speak, there are a few challenges on how you guide this project home, because you know, Senator Mutula, apart from just being granted an opportunity to exercise authority of people who have misappropriated funds, we are also the leaders of this country. There is nowhere where we expect a decision to be made. This mess has happened. We can deal with the thugs who misled Kenyans into getting into this arrangement, but as well appreciate that if I go, because I was in Kericho County Referral Hospital about a month ago, and I saw the usefulness of some of these equipments, the small contractual disputes that exist, surely, can't we have a technical committee advising on what do you do? For example, you read through the report that there are counties that since 3 or 4 years ago, when they received radiology and dialysis machines, they kept them somewhere. Isiolo, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia. We've got to make a decision as a House and say, how do we get this project to its completion as well?
What's your intervention?
We can separate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hate to interrupt Senator Cheriot, but I need your guidance. Mr. Speaker, if you could guide. If you heard what Senator Mutula said, what Senator Cheriot is saying, is that we're heading towards a place where a decision must be made. And Mr. Speaker, you have not even heard what I've said. Wait. What's wrong with the letter? Mr. Speaker, a question was asked last week. And you need, even as the debate continues, to guide. the manner in which amendments can be proposed. Because, Mr. Speaker, to date, this committee has sat for more than 8 months, spent more than 11.4 million, actually 11,462,000 on this work. And based on what the report looks like, it will either be failed completely or passed as it is, yet many members, and the feeling that we're seeing, would want to recommend certain well-considered amendments. I seek, during the course of this debate, that, Mr. Speaker, you can be able to guide on whether and how that can be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, there are only two ways that you will do it. One, there is already an amendment which is with me here, which will be read, and then of course we'll go through the normal procedure. And the second way is to vote. That's how we have been determining matters in the House. So I think once the amendment is brought on board, then the House will vote. And so in the meantime, let us continue with the debate.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I know how this is done. I've been in this House. But I'm just saying, because, you know, you had ruled the other time that there are certain amendments you refused and you said you'd tell us in future. Why? So what I am understanding, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, is that we are all at liberty, just as in the formula for doing the motion, we all brought amendments at different stages, that we can still bring amendments in the course of the debate. That is the only clarity I wanted. And I thank you for being very clear.
That's what I told you, that the amendment, one amendment is already here. Yeah, and this was approved earlier on. Okay, Senator Cheriot, wind up.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, there are 2 points that I don't want my colleagues to lose me on. Point number 1 is that this report, as it is on the page of recommendation, is non-satisfactory. It cannot be supported as it is. I have given my way out. I have said the 2 things that I aim to achieve out of that 11.4 million of taxpayers that have been spent is 1, nail the culprits, but 2, second and most importantly, because we live in this country and there's nobody else who will make decisions for Kenyans. There's nobody else who will rescue your counties to ensure that they at least, it's difficult to get value from money out of this project, but at least get the services. Ensure that the machines are working, ensure that you get what you're being billed for, and sort out all the technical issues. That is something that this report now has completely failed to address. How you guide the project home, how you ensure that all the technical issues that are being raised by colleagues here, where certain counties, after signing on the contract, have not gone ahead to build the spaces where these equipments can be used. And I have said in concluding, Mr. Speaker, that failure to satisfactorily getting a way out on those 2 answers, I am willing to exercise standing order number 58, Mr. Speaker, which will force me to wait for another 6 months, or to convince you, because that standing order allows you, Mr. Speaker, to vary. I do not have to wait for 6 months. If this, in the worst case scenario, if this report fails today, we can still do our amendments as you have proposed in a time less than those 6 months. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, those are my 2 proposals, and I hope that our colleagues, as they raise issues on this particular report, will be able to guide us and tell us, please take us home on those 2 issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kabaka. Senator Kabaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Yes. To an amendment to the Olekina, this is a moving an amendment. Yes. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about this report. And at the preliminary level or stage, I wish to say that what lawyers say, parties are bound by their own pleadings. In this case, I'm saying when parties or the makers of this report say or admit that it is incompetent, to me, I will submit that it's incompetent ab initio, and they should live by the consequences. I'm not going to tell them what to do. They know better. Mr. Speaker, having seen this report and with its own iniquities, Mr. Speaker, I need to move, I beg to move an amendment by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words. Where? I'm moving there. I'm moving here, Junior. I can give you a copy if you want. Yes. Give me a minute, Mr. Speaker.
I'm moving first to paragraph 5, 6, 7, and on pages 9 and 10 of the report. I repeat, I'm saying, number 1, I want the following to be amended. That is paragraphs 5, 6, and 7. Mr. Speaker, on pages 9 and 10, for those who have the report, you can refer to the same. Of course, that deals with the overall committee's recommendation to the Ministry of Health submission. Yes, it is. Which page?
Senator Kabaka, I'm telling you, you have to move the amendments before you start explaining what it is. Yes, Senator Junior.
The amendments, the pages is referring to. Mr. Speaker, the pages that my good friend is reading is actually the preface. He's amending the preface of the report. So there's no paragraph 5 on page 9. That's what I was trying to correct, and you can't remove a full stop before you read the sentence. I'm trying to understand.
Sorry. Is it on? No, I'm not. Is it okay? Thank you. So what I'm seeking in all these amendments is that I've seen a certain law firm known as Iseme Kamau.
Order, Senator. I think there's a problem.
Oh.
Move the amendment. Yes.
Okay.
Move the amendment first.
I'm moving the amendments as it is. That is the first one, paragraphs 5, 6, and 7, as it appears in the report, and also moving in the second paragraph. Number 2, as it is appearing on page 78 of the report. And to be specific, it deals with the committee's recommendation on the law firm of Iseme Kamau.
There was
and
a typing error. Order. There was a typing error in the paging. So after page 143,
yes,
it starts again with page 2. Page 2. So what happens? So it's page 9 after page 143. But let him move first, then we correct that.
Sorry, then that is typographical from the Secretariat. The other one is paragraph 2 on page 170 of the report. If you refer, it deals with the recommendation on Lot 7 contract. Those are the recommendations which I am seeking, I'm moving to be amended. The ones I've given, there are 3. One.
Yes, Senator Omogeni, what is your?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think, Mr.
Speaker, the text as,
I just wanted to inform the senator who is moving the amendment that so that he can carry along the senators, he needs to make reference to page 9, which begins after page 143, Mr. Speaker. The renaming of the report starts afresh from page 2, 3, all through up to page 9. So he needs to inform members that he's moving to delete paragraph 5, 6, 7, appearing on page 9 and 10 of the report, so that he's able to move along with the senators. So, just a minute. So I think the confusion being created, Mr. Speaker, in the House is that members are making reference to the preface of the report and not to the recommendations appearing after page 143. And I think that is the amendment that the Senator for Machakos is moving
Senator Mtula Jr.
Allow me to help. Mr. Speaker, in proper...
Let's consult in low tones so that we are
proper
on the same.
procedure, if you have a document that has continuous pagination, if you have a document that has continuous pagination, you cannot go to page 143 and then have page 9. What the Secretariat should have done is allow this document to be renumbered. Otherwise, somebody reading this Hansard will not understand what we are doing. You can't read 143 and say after that, read page 9. So from page 143, you should read 144, 145. When I said this report was done by 2 or 3 people, that's what I'm saying. This confusion is real.
Senator Kajwang Moses.
Mr. Speaker, with a lot of respect to Senator Kabaka, and also taking into account the precedents and traditions of this House, it is not the duty of the House to sanitize the amendment that has been raised by Senator Kabaka. It is his duty to move his amendment, get it seconded, and convince members. So the amendment has not been moved, has not been seconded. Mr. Speaker, there are many of us who have been lining up to contribute to this debate from last week. Could the senator be asked to move, to be seconded, and then we can debate?
That's exactly what I was saying, that the senator needs to move, let him be seconded, then we get into the details. So, Senator Kabaka, can we allow him to do that? Yes, Senator Sakaja. Okay, this is Senator Sakaja.
You know, Mr. Speaker, a member, according to the standing orders, can move an amendment. This amendment can be moved at any time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for good order, surely. Just give him time for this to first be sorted out, because leave alone the poll in the Hansard. Even us, we can't follow. This page 2, page 5, page 6. Please, may the Secretariat sort out the pagination.
Okay,
and then
order.
the amendment move later.
Okay, order, senators.
Because we can't follow.
Okay, I want to order.
I want to make a decision. That
I
is
think
guided.
there's a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
Senator Kabaka. And there are people lined up to contribute. So I'll give you time, the Secretary, to organize that, as we have other members contributing to the debate. Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise, first of all, to congratulate the team that worked on this report. This team was led by none other than Senator Fatuma Dulo, as a colleague with whom we have sat in the same committees in the past. I do recall at some point she was leading a select committee that was investigating reforms in the prison sector and postal institutions. I was her able vice chair. I know her work ethics.
Let's consult in low tones. Let's consult in low tones so that we can.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that she applied the same level of diligence and rigor in coming up with this report. This is the first time that we have had a special committee, an ad hoc committee that has run for 1 full year. If you read this report carefully, you'll notice that the motion to establish the ad hoc committee was carried in September 2019. We are in September 2020. This committee has had more than 365 days to come up with a report, and I think that is the reason why they've come up with a 365-page report. They've been doing 1 page every day for the last 1 year. This report is detailed, Mr. Speaker. It tells us a lot about what happened. And I think anyone who wants to understand the chronology of this particular procurement exercise, what went wrong and what should not have gone wrong, should be best advised to read the 360+ pages that the committee has brought to us. When this matter came up, and somewhere in this report, it is indicated that the inception of this idea came from this House. Senator Machage, the senator for Migori back then, brought a motion to this House compelling the government to establish a level 5 hospital in every county and a level 4 hospital in every sub-county. And the Ministry of Health used that as justification for some of the actions that were taken. However, Mr. Speaker, our 47 counties are not all equal. Indeed, a former senator who is currently a governor described this exercise as being similar to a husband of many wives buying the same size of dress for the various wives. Mr. Speaker, you well know that a dress that would fit Senator
Order,
Kajwang-
Senators. Because of the interest, I'll give 5 minutes each. It's a lot of interest.
And Mr. Speaker, that applies to the next speaker, not to the speaker on the floor.
I'll give you 6.
That has
I'll
been the
give you
history,
6.
the tradition in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, a dress that fits Senator Kajwang definitely cannot fit Senator
Senator Morgan,
Cherargei.
what's your point of intervention?
That's dangerous grounds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising under Standing Order 106 on limitation of debate. Mr. Speaker, this matter is very, very important to most of us. We have been on this issue of mess equipment for a very long time. And Mr. Speaker, under Standing Order number 106, senators are supposed to speak for a period of not less than 20 minutes on motions or on reports of committee. And the standing order is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that any limitation of time to speak can only be done under Standing Order 3 if it is done before debate has commenced. On the matter that is before us, Mr. Speaker, debate has already commenced. Senator Mutula has spoken. Senator Kabaka is on the floor with an amendment, and it is unprocedural and contrary to Standing Order 106 to order limitations of time allocated to senators at this stage. Mr. Speaker, these standing orders have the force of the Constitution. This is a house of debate, Mr. Speaker, and we require adequate time to ventilate and debate on critical issues like the matter that is before the House. So,
Senator Murkomen, okay, just okay, are you through? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, while I respect the views of the senior counsel, this House also is guided by traditions and practice. For the whole period I've been in this House, the Speaker using Standing Order number 1, looking at the interest on a matter and considering the period with which an issue has been debated and discussed, has always guided about time. And that has never been in contention. So in the best interest of the debate, Mr. Speaker, I would have actually said the same 5 minutes or 6 or 7, so that, Mr. Speaker, some of us can also have time to speak. Sometimes you sit here up to 6 there, then you are unable to make contribution. The next day, the same issue starts. The Speaker, I persuade Senior Counsel Morgan, who is my friend, a member of Team Kenya, to accede to the 5 minutes guided by the Speaker, while notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 106.
I've already, that's why I was saying, just like they've said, we have, on the same. No, I think I have ordered Senator Olekina. I have said, although it is there in the standing orders, but we also have precedents, we have our history, and looking at the interests, like you're saying, the interests are major, and we want to give people an opportunity to contribute. Senator Olekina, what is your point of?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a contract that has costed Kenyans a lot of money.
Are you debating or is it a point of order?
I'm not debating, Mr. Speaker, so
Right,
I'm on a point
yes.
of order. I'm actually supporting Senator Omogeni's, I'm just requesting you and beseeching you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that nothing stops us from debating this matter for 10 days. We don't need to conclude it today. Mr. Speaker, sir, 365 pages, about 50 kilograms of submissions. We have to really give Kenyans, justice. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, all I'm requesting is this. I think we should be guided by the standing orders. We should be allowed the 20 minutes. Let us prosecute these matters. We are dealing with issues that have costed Kenyans billions of shillings. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to beseech you to really consider the point of order raised by Senator Mogeni so that we can give Kenyans justice. Otherwise, there will be no point of us contributing. If we are dealing with 5 minutes, we might as well not contribute at all, because 5 minutes, we cannot even exhaust one company.
Senator Wambua, try to summarize also Senator Lekina. Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, and I hope this is the last time I'm talking about this issue. Mr. Speaker, once you make a ruling in this House, that ruling must be followed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be, yes, it cannot be that, Mr. Speaker, you give rulings in vain. It cannot be, Mr. Speaker. It can't be, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, order. Senator Kajwang, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I also need to be guided whether I'm back to the 6 minutes or to my original 20 minutes. But I'll...
6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, let me then just focus on what ought to have been done. Because this is an example of a situation where the solution is a problem. We had a problem in healthcare, but the solution that we put in became a bigger problem than the problem it was supposed to cure. And Mr. Speaker, there are certain institutional responsibilities that we cannot run away from. The Council of Governors. There are governors who have kept equipment in boxes in their counties for the last 6 years, 5 years. That is almost criminal. Mr. Speaker, how would you keep equipment in a box, in a corner, in your county, and people are dying, and yet you say that they cannot work because there's no water? When we went to Samburu, we were told there was no water in the hospital, and that's why the equipment was not working. Whose responsibility is it to provide water in hospitals? We were told in some cases there was no electricity. We were told in some cases there was no housing for the equipment. Mr. Speaker, surely for 5 years, if life gives you lemon, make lemonade out of it. And I want to support the committee where they have said that governors who did not implement or install the machinery or the equipment should also bear some fiduciary responsibility and fiduciary culpability, because they kept paying for this money and yet their counties were not getting any service, any value in money in return. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the reasons why many members have a problem with the last chapter of this report is that these issues are discussed in the body of the report. The culpability and criminality of the actions of governors is discussed on several pages in the body of the report. What the committee ought to have done was to copy that and make sure that it forms part of the recommendations, and to identify the counties where items were kept in boxes for 8 years, for 7 years. Mr. Speaker, let me move to the Senate. This Senate has approved the division of revenue, county allocation of revenue for all these years. This money that has gone to the managed equipment scheme has not been a secret. We, the Senate, we have appropriated it. It is a column called a conditional grant, and we watched as it grew from 31 million to 200 million Kenya shillings. Every year we said that next year we shall not approve. Next year we shall not approve. This thing was to run for 7 years. 7 years have run out. Here we are with a 365-page report, making a lot of noise when we have been part of the problem. Mr. Speaker, we need to be candid with ourselves. We even said that this year's CARA, we have just passed it. Isn't there a column for 200 million? Did anybody check whether that 200 million is there? How can we speak from both sides of the mouth? Criticize the government for putting 200 million shillings per county, and on the same day, in the same afternoon, pass CARA with those amounts. We have failed the nation. And Mr. Speaker, let us take this moment, let us use this report to think about how we can prevent such things happening in the future. That mistake has been made by the executive, has been made by the governors, has been made by the Senate, and has been made by the county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, in many of our counties, and I went to about 4 or 5 counties when I was the chair of Public Accounts Committee, The county assemblies have never interrogated the utilization of the equipment that has been sent to their counties, and yet their counties continue to pay money. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a good report, but as the Americans say, it is all heart and no cattle.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first also want to congratulate the committee for the work that they've done, and indeed all those days that they took, Mr. Speaker, to come up with that report. We cannot summarize in our debate this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and condemn the committee in its entirety and the work they've done, Mr. Speaker. One, Mr. Speaker, the discussion
Let's
on...
consult in low tones.
Mr. Speaker, the debate by this House on MES has been a long, long debate, Mr. Speaker. We've debated this, as Senator Kajwang has said, for a long, long time, Mr. Speaker, and none of all these issues has either happened or started to the exclusion and knowledge of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge that I'm one of the senators who, alongside Senator Kajwang, when we were serving in the Public Accounts Committee, went around the whole country. And we inspected this equipment in every hospital, Mr. Speaker, around the country. We went to Samburu, we went to Eldoret. And Mr. Speaker, I noticed in the report that there's a column where the committee has noted, indeed, for example, in the county of Mombasa, where we visited ourselves, that they give the county government of Mombasa a thumbs up, Mr. Speaker, for having made good use of this equipment, put it to proper utilization, Mr. Speaker. And thus, as an example, that as said by members in their contribution earlier, Mr. Speaker, that this is a good project, it was a good idea, but handled wrongly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just say a few words, especially on the process of implementation of this project, Mr. Speaker, because I think this is where we got it wrong. Mr. Speaker, we must say very loudly that at no other one time in the future should we allow public funds to be put to use in a hurry, Mr. Speaker. The kind of haste that was witnessed when this project was conceptualized, when this equipment was distributed, Mr. Speaker, the lack of inclusion, Mr. Speaker, in this discussion. For example, Mr. Speaker, what does Article 96 then mean to this House or to the country in the Constitution if, for example, in such a project of such magnitude, the Senate is not included, Mr. Speaker? Why weren't senators asked, Mr. Speaker, when this project was being conceptualized, to give a report, Mr. Speaker, based on what oversight role this House is bestowed upon, Mr. Speaker, by the Constitution. And then that would guide how this equipment would be distributed, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the question that abounds in my mind as I make this debate is, who was making or calling the shots on the decision? If a seller comes and says that this item I sell for 100 million, who was saying that 100 million is what this county can afford or cannot afford? Who was making the decisions to buy? And because, Mr. Speaker, I've seen in part of the reports of this committee, they have taken on condemning some of the companies. I saw during, when I was going through the report and part of the seconding by the Senator for Bungoma, he singled out a company like General Electric, Mr. Speaker. And if a vendor comes with a price, it is the responsibility of the buyer to make a decision and say, I cannot afford you, Mr. Speaker. And once you have said that you can't afford, period. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that if prudence was applied, if there was inclusion, Mr. Speaker, if there was consultation, Mr. Speaker, then what we saw, and I don't want to be repetitive of what Senator Kajwang said, but I believe that we would have had a super project, Mr. Speaker. There is no county that will tell you this afternoon that if you go to their warehouse where they've stored their X-rays or their MRI machines, it is not that those equipment is not needed in that county. Every county here needs an MRI machine, Mr. Speaker. Every county needs an X-ray machine. In fact, there is a shortage even after the supply of this particular equipment. There's no county that will tell you that they have more than they need because they got the MES equipment, Mr. Speaker. The point is here that one, we must say very loudly to national government that this is not the way to do things. It is not the way to go about either appropriating funds or even conceptualizing projects that affect members of the public at the county level alone, Mr. Speaker, to the exclusion of the key players, Mr. Speaker. And without also being repetitive, let me also take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say to government.
Just 1 minute, okay.
Mr. Speaker, protect me from Senator Chair again, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why he picked
You are
this.
protected, proceed.
I don't know why he picked this word deep state, Mr. Speaker, because when I speak, he says that I'm this deep state, Mr. Speaker. I'm the senator for Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say to governors that it behooves them, Mr. Speaker, to take responsibility in the actions or within the actions that happen within the county. They cannot sit behind there and start crying out loud that they were brought equipment that they must take, Mr. Speaker. Who said they must take? They would have said, we cannot take this equipment, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, let me commend, Mr. Speaker, those few counties that took this project and this equipment and did what they did. I would largely agree, and I'm waiting for when the senator for Machakos brings up his amendment, Mr. Speaker, because also in the report, we must be fair. We cannot condemn all and sundry when some of them are providing services that they're supposed to provide, Mr. Speaker, like lawyers, Mr. Speaker, like suppliers, Mr. Speaker. When you ask to supply something and you've been given an LPO, you go and supply. If you've given a price of an LPO, then you give what you've been.
Okay, Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make my comments on this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have taken time to read the report. I've also taken time to read the submissions of the contractors, and I've also taken time to look at the content of this report. And with the way this report has been drafted, I fully do not support it. I don't support it for the following reasons. I'm going to restrict my 5 minutes to simply one company called Belco and Angelica. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why I want to restrict myself is because of the issues that, when you read this report, it contradicts itself entirely. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are told by the committee that the tender required that any company that applies for the tender must be the original manufacturer of the equipment. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this report we are told that 3 companies presented themselves, 1 company refused to present itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we are not told in this report is that the procurement laws allows agents to act on behalf of original manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are told that 1 company called Belco did not give, or the power of attorney given to Angelica came in after the tender was awarded. But in the submissions, Mr. Speaker, sir, and also the documents which are supplied, there is a letter dated 25th November 2014, that was before the contract was awarded, that identified Angelica as the sole agent for Belco. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are also told that the committee was presented with a power of attorney that was signed after the contract had been awarded. But what we are not told is that this letter that was written to the Ministry of Health and addressed to the PS was sent way before to show the relationship between the 2 companies.
What's your point of order, Senator Wambua?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Olekina to mislead this House that there are letters that were written by Angelica to the Ministry of Health on the issue of the power of attorney, which letters he has, but those letters are not made available to the committee. How was the committee supposed to know that the letters were written? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the position of the committee, and it's on record, is that the people invited for the contract were original manufacturers of medical equipment. Angelica is not. And the only exception was, if you are going to be invited to bid, they had to present a letter of attorney from the original manufacturers of equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my good friend, Senator Wambua.
Yes, what's your point of order, Senator Orengo? There's another point of order.
Mr. Speaker, since you had said we have got very limited time, 5 minutes, and I'm just rising on the foot of the Honorable Senator for Kitui. You know, he was a member of the committee, and probably what he knows is a lot more than we know, but we have only the report to go by, so that if there are any factual contradictions, the mover can, when replying, react to them. But if every time somebody says something, you stand up and say it is wrong, when the whole evidence is not here, they should have carried the books here, then we would be able, so.
Okay, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I appreciate that, but I just wanted to clarify one thing. There's nowhere in my submission that I said that the company called Angelica wrote to the committee. What I said is that there are letters which were written by a company called Belco, stating clearly that Angelica was their sole agent in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are also told in this report that the equipments which were supplied by Belco were locked to only use reagents and consumables from Belco. Mr. Speaker, sir, I took my time and I called a few companies because it is written in this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, I can go to the page which is written. In this report, the report contradicts itself. It says that the equipment which was supplied by one company were locked. It's almost like Safaricom selling their own phones and only allowing their SIM cards to be used. Mr. Speaker, sir, I took my time and I called a few companies. This afternoon, I spoke to a company called Medifast Africa Limited, just to try and get this point clearly, to find out whether the equipment which was supplied by a company called Belco were open or they were locked to only their consumables. I spoke to a lady by the name of Caro, and Caro confirmed to me that the equipment which, or rather Formula 2000, which is the equipment used, point of order what? Mr. Speaker, sir, you know when you are given time to come in and submit, when you are given time to come in and debate, you don't just come and talk. You read the report and you read the submissions.
Senator Nderitu, what is your point of intervention? Order, there's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I was just concerned whether we are dealing with a report or because somebody called Caro in an institution, we wouldn't know who Caro is, whether it's true or not. I don't know why we are discussing Caro, and maybe her age.
I think what Senator Nderitu is the authenticity of what you are saying. You know, you can pick any Caro and mention it on the floor of the House. Senator Olekina, be a bit careful. Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, because of the limited time, let me just be very categorical. You know, there was a lawyer by the name of Johnny Cochran who represented an entertainment guru called OJ Symptoms. Johnny Cochran. And he said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Mr. Speaker, sir, even someone from class 7 can read this report. It is full of contradictions. I will not support a report which is full of contradictions. And Mr. Speaker, sir, because my time is limited, what I may want to request in support of what my dear friend and colleague, Senator Mutula, said, is that this report be committed to a committee of the whole. We look at the submissions, we compare apples to apples, because when you read the submissions, they do not add up. If you read the recommendations, they have not been observed in the submissions given by either the Ministry of Health, either the contractors. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would have been happy if I would have seen a recommendation made by the committee that said that those who were in the tender committee should be prosecuted or should be investigated so that they can be able to tell us why is it that you allowed one company, which is an original manufacturer, to bid and win the tender, and on the other hand, you allow another company, which is not an original manufacturer, to be able to bid and win the contract. Yet, the prerequisite for the tender was that you must be the original manufacturer of this equipment. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to invite my colleagues to take their time and read that report. I've read that report the entire weekend. This is the reason why I was seeking for more time, and it is full of contradictions. We have spent over $43 million on this medical equipment scheme. Mr. Speaker, sir, in one page it says they are raising issues of the cost of buying equipment. It is a leased equipment service. Those equipments go back to the manufacturers and we proceed. Be coming here and saying that the price of a torch is 1 million.
Okay.
Yet it is leased.
Okay, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this report is bogus.
Senator Onesimus Murkomen. Then.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I want to start by congratulating the team that was led by Senator Fatuma Dulo and Senator Wetangula and others for the work they did for the period of time they did. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to sit in the Senate Business Committee when we established this ad hoc committee, and the intentions were very clear, was to get to the bottom of the many questions that were coming out of this issue of medical equipment. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I have read the report. It's a very long one. I spent a lot of time over the weekend to read it, and I like many of the provisions, especially related to Intergovernmental Relations Act and the implementation of Article 187, and the fact that county governments were not involved, Mr. Speaker, in the original inception of this report and were forced to sign memoranda. Mr. Speaker, I need to admit, like Senator Cherargei said, those of us who are in Jubilee, especially on this side, with Wamatangi, myself, Aaron, and those of us who are in this house, cannot escape blame. We can't escape blame, Mr. Speaker, because at that point in time, when many of our counties didn't want to sign this medical equipment, some of us went and forced them and told them they must sign. They are anti the people and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I must also admit that most of these contracts were signed in State House. And so even when this report is being, Mr. Speaker, discussed, we must understand the circumstances under which the governors operated. This report indicts 46 governors out of 47. Mr. Speaker, this report indicts about 4 ministries, including the Attorney General generally, Treasury, Health, and all these other places. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of sympathy for the work Senator Fatuma and team have done. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the proposals they are giving would give us solutions. I may be wrong, but punitive measures, Mr. Speaker, alone cannot solve such a mega project. It's surely in the parts of Garbatula, Elgeyo Marakwet, they went to Chebiemit, Mr. Speaker, and some of the equipment are lying and have not been fixed. But they also give reasons why those equipments are lying there. Mr. Speaker, I have a different proposal. If there was room for us to amend this report, I have a completely different proposal that departs, Mr. Speaker, from EACC, from investigation, from charging, from prosecution, to, Mr. Speaker, correcting the things that have happened. Because the people we are dealing with, you are dealing with 46 governors. If you come here and for the sake of publicity, you say, prosecute 46 governors. Mr. Speaker, under the circumstances of, they signed the memoranda, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, because you signed, and many other governors signed, because, Mr. Speaker, we were told we want to equip dialysis machines to our local area in our counties. So I have a different proposal. I want to propose that the report itself, because as beautiful as it is, we defeat it today, but we submit it to the Health Committee as a preparatory document, Mr. Speaker, and the Health Committee works proposals, Mr. Speaker, of correcting, getting proper intergovernmental relations agreements, Mr. Speaker, for purpose of implementation. Mr. Speaker, we make sure that we get the money that has been paid, like Meru, Karbatula, Elgeyo Marakwet, that already paid, but the equipment were not delivered on time. We negotiate, Mr. Speaker, an extension of period of the work of the contractors so that the project can be implemented by those counties that are waiting, because it's a beautiful project, Mr. Speaker, and we must be alive to the problems we are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that if you look at the indictments from the committee, it focuses mostly on the local contractors. Talks about Angelica, Megascope, this other one, I don't remember what's the other name. But, Mr. Speaker, the biggest contractor, which is General Electric, is not mentioned anywhere in terms of recommendations. And, Mr. Speaker, we know why. I know because at least I've been in politics for a longer period of time. It's because it depends on who is the agent of which company, who was related to which. Mr. Speaker, it becomes difficult even to get information. Even for the Fatuma committee to succeed to get General Electric properly to come before them, it was difficult. And because of those difficulties, Mr. Speaker, why don't we do this as a Senate, as I conclude? Why don't we give a hand, Mr. Speaker?
Let's consult in law tones.
Why don't we give a hand of friendship to the executive, invite them to the negotiating table, and tell them we want to renegotiate the legal framework, Mr. Speaker, in a way that is implementable. We can even extend the period beyond the 7 years that was indicated, Mr. Speaker, and get value for money, instead of us here being happy to say, we have said prosecute so, prosecute so, prosecute so. Maybe so and so are so powerful and they will not be prosecuted. But if we take the report and say, we want to correct the wrongs that are in the report through our health committee and walk through the journey until, Mr. Speaker, we find results and value for money, we will help our country more than washing our hands like Pontius Pilate and say, just hang them. I beg to, Mr. Speaker, oppose the report, but propose that it becomes part of the preparatory document for future, Mr. Speaker, for implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order members, let's listen to each other.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to congratulate Senator Fatuma Dulo and the other 8 committee members that have looked into this mess that has been with us for a very long time, and for coming up with a 253-page report. But, Mr. Speaker, it is almost impossible to do justice to such a report by making comments on it for 6 minutes. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that going forward, we'll be able to borrow best practices from the debates that we watch on TV, that takes place in House of Commons, even in our neighboring country, Tanzania, where representatives of the people are given time to debate and to ventilate on issues that touch on the people that they represent, because that's why we're here. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I first want to state that going through the report with a very candid and fearless eye, I have no hesitation in concluding that this project was unwise, it was unjust, it was almost bordering on throwing away all the values that we put in place when we enacted our Constitution of 2010. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the reports, you must single out one human being. Of the 47 men and women who are governors in this republic, it's only one man who stood long enough and strong enough and refused to sign this memorandum of understanding between the government and county governments. And that one man is the former governor of Bomet, Governor Isaac Ruto. And as they say, Mr. Speaker, the strongest man is he who stood alone. As we indict all the other 46 governors, it is Isaac Ruto who stands out. But what is, Mr. Speaker, what is what really pricks our conscience as leaders, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that going through the report, you will notice that the government behaved like a thug. I've read in the report, Mr. Speaker, that in some counties, including the county of Kakamega, the government dumped the medical equipment forcefully at the offices of the county government of Kakamega. I cannot understand, Mr. Speaker, how a government can act so thuggish to the level of carrying equipment and delivering them in the hours of darkness. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that under Article 6 of the Constitution, we have two levels of government that should cooperate with each other, Mr. Speaker. So the conclusion I make, Mr. Speaker, is that the schemers behind this project wanted to impose this idea of leasing medical equipment on county governments without even caring whether some county governments were ready to receive these equipment. Mr. Speaker,
let's order members. Let's consult in low tones.
Mr. Speaker, if you read through this report, you will be shocked that in the county government of Meru, they have been paying for machines that have been lying in Netherlands for the last 6 years. Yet that particular county government is paying for those equipments. In my own county of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, we have been paying for equipments that were dumped at the Keroka Hospital for the last 6 years. Yet we have never made any use of those machines. But what I really have an issue with the recommendations in this report is that we are trying to crucify professionals like the law firm of IKM simply because they render legal services. We are going after the wrong people. Mr. Speaker, this law firm of IKM, these are local law firm owned by Kenyans that simply rendered professional services to the government. Why would they?
What's your, do you want to be informed, Senator Omogeni, by Senator Omanga? Use your, okay, press your, Omanga wants to inform you.
Point of information, Speaker. The IKM, because I was in the committee, actually, it's not that they were engaged professionally. They were engaged over a cup of coffee for 6 months, advising the ministry for 6 months. After 6, 7 months, it's when they got into formal engagement, and they actually invoiced for the coffee dates they had with the ministry. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Morgan, your time was up. Huh? What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to, Mr. Speaker, to move the motion that pursuant to standing order that 13A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed in order number 8 in today's order paper, and request Senator Orengo to second. I request Senator Orengo to second.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I do second this matter is a procedural motion. One of the reasons why I'm really in support of this, I have some things myself to say if I...
Order, senators. You are not even listening to what Senator Orengo is saying. Order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of heavy things that have come across the floor that has really motivated me to speak today, so that we resolve this matter today. I think we got a lot of business to do which is pending, but this matter has also been pending for a long time. It is a whole year. So I second this motion and beg you that we conduct business until conclusion of this matter today.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question which is that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed on order number 8 in today's order paper. As a matter of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Oh, okay. I put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed in order number 8 in today's order paper. As a matter of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As a matter of a contrary view, say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to congratulate the committee for trying
Order,
their
Senator.
best.
Order, Senator Langat. Order, Senator. Senator Langat. I know we came from Bomet, but this is Senate now. You cannot address the House the way you addressed in Bomet.
I hope.
Continue, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say I've taken my time to read this 365-page document by the committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has given us powers that we should exercise on behalf of Kenyans. This report looks like the letter of lamentations because the way observations has been done by the committee, Mr. Speaker, has solely been based on raising issues, observing. Yet when you look at recommendation, Mr. Speaker, it is like shooting the blanks. Mr. Speaker, this letter of lamentation that has been espoused by this committee is very unfortunate, and any right-minded senator would not support such a report. Mr. Speaker, when you look at, because in the interest of time, the committee observes, in fact, the committee has established that MES project appears to have been conceived like a criminal enterprise, shrouded in opaque procurement processes at aim at benefiting a few commercial interests. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this, all these issues that have been raised, under Article 201 of the Constitution, on the issue of public finance, there should be transparency and openness. It was observed by the same committee. But when you look at the recommendations, the committee therefore recommends that all public officers, who are these public officers, that are found culpable of irregularities and illegalities committed in the furtherance of adverse commercial interests, and you go ahead and tell the ESCC and DCI, kindly investigate. And we know the role of ESCC and DCI is to pray for the perpetrators and sanitize corruption in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate. The committee recommends that all private entities
when all
Yes, Senator
private
Olekina.
entities,
Senator Olekina, what's your point of order?
private entities,
Order,
and
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, protect me from the Deputy Majority Leader.
There is a point of order from Senator Olekina.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's a point of debate. But I think it would be wrong if we now start pointing fingers at other institutions which are tasked with the oversight mandate. We must respect all institutions. I think we can support or oppose the report, but not actually say that ESCC prays for the culprit so that it goes and sanitizes the process. That's actually not right.
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Senator
I
Wambua.
think Senator...
There is another point of order.
Okay. Let's avoid interruption.
You invite the interruptions to yourself. The Speaker, I will request that the Senator for Nandi, he is listening, to kindly also mind the language that you use. When you say that no right-thinking senator should support such a report, that is not fair on your colleagues. I mean, just use language that is respectful. Thank you.
Yes, Senator. Let's be sensitive about
Mr. Speaker,
other independent institutions.
I am, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of my colleagues, I think I agree with him, but on the issue of other independent institutions, that is my own opinion. And I think we should not be gagged in expressing our own opinion. Mr. Speaker, they went ahead and say all private entities that might have been found culpable should be prosecuted. If I have read the report very well, the General Electric did not appear before this committee, and you are not indicting them. They are going away with 28 billion Kenya shillings. And this committee, under Article 124, 125 of the Constitution, has the powers of the High Court. Yet you have not gone ahead and indicted the General Electric. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we must go beyond what we have been given. We are not arrogating ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another aspect I've seen is on the issue of to be the office of the Attorney General, Mr. Speaker. That thing has been settled long ago, Mr. Speaker. In short, what I wanted to say is that it is very unfortunate that the counties, there was no need assessment, there was no value for money. This is a letter of lamentation that was written by a committee. When you look at observations and recommendations, it looks like you can't tell the head from the tail or legs from ants, because there is no, what is observed is correct. But when it comes to recommendations, Mr. Speaker, you can't tell. And that is why when you read the book, as I conclude, Speaker, the book Devolution in Kenya, Thomas Todling observes that devolution can be a roaring lion. But when you look at this report, devolution is a dying rhino. Because this is a white elephant, has been compared by devolution in Kenya, wrote by Thomas Todling, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this report, the way it is, I request that under Standing Order 58, after the 6 months, Mr. Speaker, in your discretion, we must bring back this report and relook at it, Mr. Speaker, so that the right people can be punished, the correct private entities can be punished, and the value for money that is given for these people should be ensured, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes?
You want to be informed by Senator Cheriot?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay.
Just a quick one. Senator Cherargei says the application of Standing Order number 58 is after 6 months. It is 5821 is actually within. It gives the Speaker the option to review the matter even before the 6 months lapses, if that is a route you wanted to take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that information for my colleague. I think finally, Mr. Speaker, this was a grand scheme that was aimed to fleece counties. And under Article 43.1 on the right to health, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude just a second, is that 43.1 accesses good health care, and therefore I oppose and reject this report in totality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Minority, Senator Rengo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise first of all to congratulate this committee. This committee did a wonderful job. If you look at the membership, I think they are members of this Senate that I really respect. And by some coincidence, nearly just under half of them were lawyers, and therefore, in giving my comments, I want to put that factor in the background. But I must confess I've never seen a report for a long time in this House of this magnitude. If it is for size, they did a good job. It is for annexures, they did a good job. And if it is for time spent, they did a very good job. Now, from the outset, Mr. Speaker, I want to start from where Senator Murkomen and Senator Kajwang ended. One is that if you look at this report generally, it's making recommendations. To whom is it making recommendations? To the Anti-Corruption Commission. What would the Anti-Corruption Commission do? They can't prosecute. They will recommend to the DPP. And the DPP is not obliged by those recommendations. And if the DPP refuses to prosecute, probably that's the end of the matter. I was beginning to ask myself the question, is what can the Senate itself do? Or what the Senate itself has not done? And I'm taken back to memory lane. If you look at the Goldenberg scandal, it emanated from legislation that enabled the government to pay compensation to exporters of gold. There was a legal basis, but a legal basis which was wrongly used. In this report also, if you look at the public servants who came before the Senate, where did they start, when they were giving evidence? They say there was a resolution of the Senate as a basis, that they were doing this on the basis of a motion which was passed by the Senate, Machage's motion. Now, Senator Kajwang has also reminded us that, we have been appropriating, if that is the right word, funds to go to this project. So when it comes to making accusations, we also stand accused. The executive also stands accused. Because if I look at this project, a project of more than 38 billion, we should have been told that, there was some cabinet approval of this project of this magnitude. When the Senate is looking for 5 billion additional to go to the counties, it is never, we can't get it. But certainly for this project, the billions were ready, even without the governors asking for it. There are constitutional questions that are raised in this report which we should not really put under the bus. As far as devolution is concerned, are we electing governors who know their constitutional duty? If a governor is elected and sovereign authority is placed on him at the county level, in fact, that power is not really shared. Delegation of that power at the county level is not shared. And then a governor says he was being blackmailed by a chief. Such a governor should not be in office. A governor who can be blackmailed by a chief. And yet, when we call them for oversight here, they don't come. But when they are threatened by chiefs, they are telling us they are ready to spend 2 or 3 billion shillings on account of the demands of the executive. So I think there is some areas where there is no clarity. For example, even the Treasury, the role of the Treasury. PPs, normally the Treasury have got a very important role to play. Somehow, the Treasury was removed, I don't know by design or otherwise, from this process, because if it was a PPP, the Treasury should be at the center of this project. And then it was changed to a public procurement, services to be rendered through a public procurement process. So there are many questions that have to be answered. And I am not sure that just talking about the people who have been indicted, and their names here that I can see, I am not sure that by addressing those few names, we are actually resolving the problem. I am more concerned about these monopolies from overseas, General Electric, Philips. In fact, before we can begin to induct our people, the companies here from China, if you indict them here, they get protection of their countries. Now, no company is above the law. No single international company is above the law. And they have representatives here. I remember the case in South Africa involving the former president, President Zuma. His co-accused is an international company. And they are appearing in a criminal case in South Africa. If criminals who are identified, whoever they are, and they are supposed to operate under the law, and they are not brought before Parliament, and the committee has not shown us the effort they made, or even to require of them to appear, in the same way they made it possible to, through virtual hearing, to adduce evidence from Mr. Mailu. I think we should have seen something of a similar nature in regard to some of these international companies. Now, the fear that I have, when you see a project like this is what in America they call a sweetheart deal. You know, by the time it comes into fruition, they had already known what is going to come. They know even what to do with the Senate, to do with the National Assembly, to do with the executive. And when the project is to go for feasibility study, they say that is not even necessary. And to that extent, I'm begging that in future, and I know we need trading partners and donors, but they must operate within a territory under the law. Now, if they are the ones who appoint local agents, because a lot of these companies, they were told they are local agents of these international companies. And this report is not coming out with a proper indictment of these international companies. But, Mr. Speaker, I must confess that if you read this report, it shows what is wrong with us. A proper study of this report. And it's not an accusation against these particular individuals. This is an accusation of how Kenya operates. Really, if you're really to evaluate this report, everything, even what is going on in Kemsa, really, now, forget about this one. This is what is Kenya. It's not another country, this is Kenya. And Fatuma Dulo, senator, yeah, if you have not succeeded in anything else, it's just telling us, this is our DNA. This is our DNA. And we can make billions of shillings and have a debate on it, and by the end of the day, nothing happens. In fact, the prosecutorial arms of government and investigatory arms of government, they have more information than we have. What have they done? What have they done? We're just sitting here and hoping that somebody will do something about this. I want to ask you to look at the motion that is before us, that we adopt the report of this committee. What is that?
Okay, as the leader, I'll add you three minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask some of the lawyers in this House. Probably we need to borrow from the United States of America and some of these jurisdictions, where Parliament actually can appoint a special counsel or a special prosecutor. Yeah, or if they can't, to have a mechanism of ensuring that you can have a special counsel. So that in this matter, instead of making these recommendations, we will be directing a special counsel to investigate, and we come out with a solution that makes sense to the people of Kenya. Because if we take it to the Anti-Corruption Commission, probably the prosecution will be very selective, as it is most of the time. And there was a time when I was saying, you know, sometimes this fight against corruption is very seasonal. When it comes, people are excited. And the next round, another bunch comes. Third round, another bunch comes. And it goes on and on. So, Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, I propose that this report becomes part of a record, which can be used by this House and any other agency, but to leave it as the way it is, rather that I oppose it and leave it to the House to make note as record.
Senator Linturi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to share my comments and my ideas about this report, but allow me associate myself with the sentiments of Senator Murkomen, Senator Orengo, and the others that have spoken with the suggestion that the report that we have here should be form part of a preparatory report on how we need to address the issue as we move forward, that the report that we have this afternoon is a reflection of how we are as a country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing much that is further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, I have listened, and I have also had an opportunity to visit in my county. And I would want to specifically address this report with a serious reference to what is happening in Meru. Mr. Speaker, I went to Meru, and I had the opportunity to visit with the committee when they invited me there. And Mr. Speaker, we went to the General Hospital, we found, and we were told, Mr. Speaker, the ICU equipment had not been supplied. We went to Mawa Nyambene District Hospital. There was a machine called the CHAM machine. It was lying there, but there was no power. Mr. Speaker, you remember that this scheme, this project was one of the serious projects of the Jubilee administration. And no wonder these contracts were being signed in State House. The whole intention was to give or provide accessible health care to our citizens, which idea was good, which we all support, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, having heard many people and perused the report, I have not seen anywhere written that so-and-so contractor will spend money or continues to receive money for items or equipments that have not been delivered. Mr. Speaker, in Meru, the failure for the county of Meru to have an ICU was because the county will not provide, was not able to provide a building in which to install. Did not have the hospital, never had a three-phase power supply. Mr. Speaker, when I went to the hospitals, I can see our patients, our mothers, our brothers and sisters get dialysis services in our hospitals. What I'm basically saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this problem cannot only be attributed to the supplier by saying probably if you want to supply. The suppliers have in one way or another performed their part. Failure by governors to provide space for installation of ICUs or whichever area where boxes of equipment have been stored in a corner somewhere. It's not the problem of the supply or the problem of the executive, Mr. Speaker. It is a problem that is within the county. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot always be in a house that continues unnecessarily to point accusing fingers. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be a lynch mob, permanently be a lynch mob. We must say things as they are and be able to apportion blame squarely why it falls, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because this house itself, just like Senator Kajwang said, for the last over 5 years, has approved CARA with conditional grants for payment of these equipments in our hospitals. We never rose to strongly say no to this allocation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it completely hypocritical for us to start laying blame without, first of all, trying to reflect and see where we have acted negligently, where we have not been able to do what we are required as a parliament. And Mr. Speaker, because there is this warning of time, allow me conclude by saying in the book of Luke, there are 2 women that were taken before Jesus Christ for committing an offense, and the offense was adultery. And the punishment was that one was to be killed through stoning. And what Jesus Christ said in his wisdom, Mr. Speaker, is whoever has not sinned, let them throw the first stone. Mr. Speaker, all of them went, nobody threw that stone. Mr. Speaker, with a few remarks, I oppose this report and propose that if we are to subject it to the Health Committee, so that we can be able to see how they can correct it and form a basis of how either the project or how things will be.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I've been serving in the committee, the Finance Committee, and for a long time we raised a few issues on the leasing of medical equipment. And for a long time, there were no proper answers. But then what comes to my mind, that is a responsibility of the national government to come up with policies. And sometimes these policies can affect the running of the government at the national level, or it can be at the county levels. Mr. Speaker, after looking at the report, I had an opportunity to go through it, maybe not in detail, but looking at whatever I could pick from this report, just as Senator Orengo put it. It's a very huge report that sometimes you get lost in some areas and you really do not understand exactly where to put the blame. It is the responsibility. When we passed our constitution and came up with county governments, it means that we formed some small governments within the national government, making this country having 47 governments. So the people running the county governments are grown-ups and people who have been charged with a lot of responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, where I don't agree with the governors, because first of all, the governors have never raised any issue to do with mess. Actually, it has been at the Senate that we keep struggling and coming up with the questions about the whole thing. And Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that as a Senate, we struggle to get answers on behalf of the governors. For example, if it came to the point of the amount of money that should go to the county governments, it was us, and yes, it is our responsibility. But even if it is our responsibility, the county government should also give us a push so that when we are struggling to get more resources for them, they should also have an input in it. And even this time, when we were looking for more extra money for the county governments, they were the first one to run and leave us on the table trying to negotiate for them. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is a matter of putting up buildings to install the equipment that had been negotiated and brought to county governments, I think it is the responsibility of the governors to put up the buildings. If it is a matter of three-phase, you cannot tell me that a whole governor cannot even within a matter of days look for three-phase and install them wherever it is required. At the same time, you cannot tell us that a whole governor can stay for 3-4 years without doing a borehole. A borehole costs like 2, 3, 4 million, depending on where it is, Mr. Speaker. So I think sometimes we fight battles which are not ours. And I think we want to babysit some of these governors. In my own county, Mr. Speaker, the equipment is working because our governor put everything in place that was required for the equipment to be operational. If it is a matter of training, it is not the national government to come and train for the county governments, medical technicians, to operate the equipment. So I think we should always be careful and put blame where it is. Where the government, yes, they do a policy, and they see that we need better equipment, and we need to empower our county health facility, which is a very big problem in this nation. And it is a very big struggle for each and every county to be able to run medical facilities in a manner that citizens get help whenever they need it. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I cannot, first of all, I cannot support this report on one simple thing, that what was the origin, who was the origin, and what was the intention of writing this report or coming up with this report. Because there was an intention, yes, to bring us a report, but we don't know what was the underlying intention to have this report. So some of those questions should also come to the light so that we understand. Because for how long are we going to be fighting battles for the governors? And for how long are we going to babysit these governors when they should be taking their responsibilities, Mr. Speaker? I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Senator Milson Domanga, then.
Hope you're not counting my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time is counting. You need to organize yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say this project started with a wrong footing from the word go. Mr. Speaker, let's not bury our heads in the sand and start blaming contractors for the failure of our own government, for the failure of our own Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, this project, first and foremost, was supposed to be a PPP, according to the concept paper we got from the Ministry of Health. And how they changed from a PPP to MES, it is under unclear circumstances, Mr. Speaker. And from their own concept paper as a ministry, they gave us statistics that if we went through PPP, we would spend, as a country, all counties would pay around 1.5 billion. That translates to 31 million per county per year. But under unclear circumstances, the ministry, the CS was there, James Macharia, because this was his baby, decided to change it to public procurements, from the PPP legal framework to public procurement under unclear circumstances. And actually, the Auditor General's report, 2016, pointed it out that they didn't even change the policy by the time they're changing from the PPP to the MES. And actually, if we had a PPP, as I said, the counties would be paying 31 million. Right now, under MES, we are paying 200 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry did a needs assessment. And from the needs assessment, they established that the counties cannot be able to absorb these equipments under MES. But typically, like any ministry, and mischievously, they went out to roll out this project. It's just similar like a Ruaraka land saga, where the ministry itself conducted a due diligence, and actually the report was that the land was government land, but the ministry ignored its own reports and went ahead and paid for the land. The same thing happened in the Ministry of Health, where the needs assessment shows that the county governments are not able to absorb this instrument and this equipment, but they still went ahead, ignored their own reports, and went ahead to roll out this thing. The ministry, again, I'll fault it, Mr. Speaker. It is how they implemented the HCIT project. Mr. Speaker, the HCIT project, if it was successfully implemented, it was a pillar. It was very critical. It played a critical role in leveraging ICT and to optimize and promote full operationalization of this project. But, Mr. Speaker, the CS then, Madam Cecily, acting under being the CS of Ministry of Health, maliciously, Mr. Speaker, and unprocedurally, illegally cancelled the HCIT project. And Mr. Speaker, it was apparent when she appeared that she had a personal vendetta with this company. And by cancelling this project, Mr. Speaker, everything went haywire. And that's why maybe these things are not working. Mr. Speaker, I would say it's actually worrying, and Kenyans should be worried. Because, Mr. Speaker, we currently have no regulatory system in place for this medical equipment. Actually, they've not been vetted by KEBS. We are using medical equipment which KEBS is not, they just wrote a letter. The minister then wrote a letter actually to exempt this equipment to go through KEBS. Mr. Speaker, let's give credit where it's due. Mr. Speaker, we have also positive impact of these projects. The implementation of Lot 5 of this contract has a very positive impact on service delivery, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure every senator here would attest that the renal machines and dialysis in their counties are working. Mr. Speaker, there is also accessibility of the critical care, which is also improved under Lot 6. The ICU is working. Mr. Speaker, the ones which are not working, as my colleagues have said, it's up to the county government. Because we went to Elgeyo Marakwet, for example, Mr. Speaker. For the 3 years down the line, the governor, the county government, has not been able to put a 3-phase power in place. How long does it take for a whole county government to apply power and fix a 3-phase power? Some of these things, Mr. Speaker, we need not to blame the contractors, even in terms of pricing, Mr. Speaker. It's the willing buyer, willing seller. If the government actually decided to buy whatever they bought at whatever price, it's the ministry. It's not up to the contractor to whatever the price. And Mr. Speaker, most people here are comparing apples and oranges.
Okay, your time is up. Senator Masinza Naomi Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by congratulating the team that worked on this report. It's one of the giant reports that has ever been received in this House since I was sworn in. Mr. Speaker, this report clearly states the findings, the undertakings, and the information that came out of the project. I applaud the committee for this effort again. Mr. Speaker, my fellow senators have contributed a lot on this particular report, and a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, has been taken by the committee to come up with the findings that they laid on this floor of the House. A lot of money has gone in this committee or on this ad hoc committee just to give us the information. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like just to pose a few questions on the committee or on this report. And I barely blame the county government, especially led by the governors who received these particular equipments. One, did the governors receive these equipments? Yes, they did. Did the governors negotiate and were given these equipments to utilize and they kept them? Yes, they did. Were the governors in charge of these counties when these equipments were being given to them? Yes, they did. Mr. Speaker, from all those, it is true that the governors have not utilized this equipment that the government gave them. Hence, they need to blame themselves. Mr. Speaker, how do you then continue as county government? And I want to imagine, if you have been given equipment that you are asking or you are sourcing money for, how do you continue repaying for any funds that have been given to you when actually you are doubting the equipment that have been brought? You need, as a governor or a county government, under their Ministry of Health in those county government, with this devolution, they needed to go ahead and prioritize this equipment, putting into consideration that they have budgets every year. For the last 5 years or so, they have been sitting with this equipment. They have been having we have been having the equipment lying waste. Mr. Speaker, it is very ashamed to see that total time that has been wasted when these equipments are there in the county government have not been utilized. A good example has been given that Governor Joho utilized these equipments very well. What went wrong with the other governors? I want to say that, and to conclude that, the report is there. However, the findings, they are not linked to the recommendation that we expected from this report. You look at the findings and you look at the observation that the committee gives, you find that they are fake. Hence, they need to be, they are fake actually, if you look at them. They are really not adding up. So I just feel like—
What's your point of order, Senator?
I feel like, Mr. Speaker—
Order, Senator Shionga.
Agree with the issues raised by Senator Naomi. But for her to say that the recommendations are fake, I mean, it's out of order. She should say she doesn't agree with the recommendation. But for her to say they are fake, she's out of order. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Shionga, you don't have to use such strong words, just parliamentary language.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw, and I feel like I do not agree with the recommendation as a person. Mr. Speaker, just to conclude, it is that the county government, as much as we are struggling here, getting a very unfavorable atmosphere on the floor of this house, just because we are struggling for the money to go there, they need to up their game, especially on the money that deals with sections that are devolved and they are headed by them. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I do not support this report, and I urge that next time when we have such a voluminous report, it's good for us to digest and make recommendations that are worth the country, worth the citizens, and worth the devolution that we are yearning to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Mwaura Johnson. Senator Mwaura. Mwaura.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard Senator Mwaura Johnson. I was wondering whether John is Mwaruma.
Just a minute, by the way, I don't even see your name.
Okay.
It's Mwaruma. Senator Mwaruma.
Okay, so.
Huh? Your name was there, but now I don't see it.
My name?
Switch off your mic. Can we see?
So, Chair, Speaker, if I switch off, I'll be off the record.
So let Mwaruma, since I said Mwaruma Johnson and is there and I don't see your name, let Mwaruma talk, then I give you an opportunity.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa huu fursa ya kuchangia hii ripoti ya MES. Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mradi ulikuwa ni mradi mzuri sana. Mradi ambao ulipelekea kusaidia counties kupata vifaa na kuhakiki kwamba vituo vya afya vinapata vifaa vya kuboresha huduma za afya. La haula, Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mradi haukuwa na mpangilio ya kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba unafaulu. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeambiwa na ripoti ya kwamba kuna mahospitali yaliyopelekewa vifaa, lakini hakukuwa na miundo msingi ya kutosha kuhakikisha ya kwamba hivi vifaa vinafanya kazi. Kwa mfano, kuna vituo vya afya havikuwa na maji ama stima. Kama huu mradi ungekuwa umepangiwa vizuri ili kufaulu, kungekuwa na mipangilio madhubuti ya kuleta hizo stima ama maji. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, pia kuna watu wa kulaumu kama magavana. Kwa mfano, itakuwaje kifaa cha huduma za afya kisifanye kazi kwa sababu hakuna stima? Ni kazi ya nani kuweka stima kwa vituo vya afya? Ni kazi ya gavana ama serikali za magatuzi. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kuweka lawama ama dhambi hii, lazima pia magavana pia wapate lawama. kwa sababu ni pesa za magatuzi zilizopelekwa huko na zilikatwa, na vifaa vimekuja lakini havikuweza kutumika. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia sisi kama seneti na kuna maseneta kadha wa kadha wamesema ya kwamba tulikuwa na lawama kidogo kwa sababu tulipitisha pesa ziende kwa kutafuta vifaa vya afya na hatukuangalia hizo bei ambazo ama contracts ambazo zilikuwa zinapitishwa. Huu mradi unahitajika, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata siku za usoni. Kwa hivyo inatakana pia tushikane na serikali ama idara ya afya kuangalia kama ni vipi wakati hiyo miaka 7 ya hii mess equipment itakapoisha, je, tutaendelea namna gani? Manake itakuwa ni vibaya. Kwa mfano kaunti yangu ambayo iko na vifaa vya kwa mfano labda ICU ziondolewe baada ya hii miaka 5 kuondoka. Kwa hivyo lazima kuwe na mpangilio, Mheshimiwa Spika, madhubuti ya kuhakikisha kwamba vile vyombo havitaondolewa, manake hali ya afya basi itadorora tena. Kuna counties tumeambiwa, kwa mfano Meru, ambazo vifaa vyao bado havijakuja Kenya, viko kule kwa kampuni Netherlands. Nafikiri pia lazima hii mkataba iangaliwe tena ili zile pesa zilizolipwa tayari kwa vile vifaa labda muda uongezwe mbele, Mheshimiwa Spika, ili hivyo vifaa vitumike kwa miaka labda ambayo ilikuwa inahitajika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mapendekezo yametolewa hapa na kamati ambayo kusema kweli hayaeleweki vizuri, manake hayajataja watu wa kuchunguzwa. Na mimi kama ningekuwa naandika mapendekezo, kwa sababu katika kila chapter kuna mapendekezo hapo chini, labda yale mapendekezo ndio yenyewe yalihitajika kutolewa na kuwekwa kwa ile chapter ya mwisho ya mapendekezo. Lakini ile ripoti vile ilivyo sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, mapendekezo hayaambatani na ule mwili wa ile ripoti. La mwisho kabisa, kama ningeulizwa kama seneta wa Taita Taveta, ningesema ya kwamba tungeunda tume ya kuchunguza huu mradi wa mess. Tume ambayo itasimamiwa labda na judge, na wale wahusika wote waje mbele ya judge na waelezee wao kila mtu vile walihusika moja kwa moja katika huu mradi wa mess. La mwisho kabisa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema kwamba huu mradi ni mzuri na unahitajika.
Okay, your time is up. Senator Mwaura.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu ya kunipa fursa hii ya kutoa maoni yangu kuhusu hii ripoti kuhusu hivi vifaa vya huduma ya afya. Na mwanzo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri naweza kusema bila ya tashwishwi kwamba hili ni jambo ambalo linafedhehesha sana staha ya hii bunge la Seneti, kwa sababu ukiangalia ugavi wa mapato ya nchi utakuta kwamba kulikuwa kumesheheni kwamba kwa miaka 7 mtawalia tutakuwa tukitumia kitita fulani cha fedha ambacho kingeangaziwa kwa hivi vifaa. Lakini vile ambavyo unaona mambo yalivyo, nafikiri miaka 2 iliyopita kulikuwa na tetesi zilizojitokeza kutokana na ule mswada wa mgao wa mapato, ukipenda kwa kimombo Division of Revenue Bill, kwa sababu hizi fedha ziliongezeka kutoka bilioni 4.7 mpaka bilioni 6.1. Na likakuwa ni jambo la kushangaza, na wakati tulipomuuliza waziri husika aliyekuwepo, Waziri Henry Rotich, akasema kwamba ilikuwa ni hitilafu ya tarakilishi. Na swala ambalo tulijiuliza ni je, kunawezaje kuwa na tarakilishi ambayo imefanya hitilafu ya karibu bilioni 2? Kile ambacho kwa kweli hii ripoti imeonyesha wazi kwamba kwangu mimi nachukulia huu kama wizi mkubwa wa mali ya umma. Ni fedha ambazo zimetengwa kwa huduma ama majukumu ambayo yamegatuliwa, lakini kupitia mikataba ya serikali gatuzi tunaona vile ambavyo hizi vifaa vimeweza kuagiziwa. Nafikiri kukodiwa kwake ni jambo ambalo ni la kutamausha. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa nini nasema hivi? Kwa sababu ukiangazia zaidi ya bilioni 63 zimeweza kutumika katika mradi huu, ilhali bado hospitali yetu hayana vifaa vya kutosha. Vingi vya vifaa hivi havijaweza kutumika kwa sababu hatuna wataalamu wa kutosha ambao wanaweza kuviendesha. Hata fauka ya kwamba tumeweza kuwaleta watabibu kutoka nchi za ughaibuni kama vile Cuba. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri nakubaliana waliotoa kauli kwamba hili ni jambo la kufedhehesha, ni jambo ambalo tunafaa kuchukua msimamo kwamba kamati imeeleza kinagaubaga shida na matatizo, madhila na majanga ya huu mradi, lakini bado ukiangazia yale mapendekezo hayana mashiko. Mheshimiwa Spika, mapendekezo haya ni ya kijuujuu tu, hayamwangazii mtu yeyote kibinafsi, iwe kwamba ni kama hakuna mtu yeyote aliyefanya hatia, wawe ni watu ambao wataweza kusitiriwa na zile sheria ambazo zinatokana na kukinga zile afisi ambazo wapo nazo. Ni vizuri tuwe tunajua fika kwamba zile kampuni zilizohusika ziweze kutajwa kwamba kampuni hii iliweza kuweka bei ya juu kwa vifaa ambavyo vingepatikana hapa nchini, na kwa kiasi hiki kampuni hii ikaweza kupata pesa ambazo haingeweza kupata. Na wale wote ambao walitia saini nyaraka hizi pia wenyewe waweza kuchukuliwa hatua, kwa sababu haiwezekani tuje hapa tuongoe kama chiriku aliyekunywa maji ya chooni, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilhali hakuna chochote ambacho kitaweza kuchukuliwa kutokana na hotuba zetu hizi na malumbano ambayo haishi. Lazima hii bunge la Seneti liweze kuimarisha staha yake kwa kuhakikisha kwamba hii ripoti itupiliwe mbali kwa sababu ya yale mapendekezo ambayo imetoa. Kisha baada ya hapa kuna njia mbili. Aidha tuweze kuteua kamati nyingine ya kuweza kutoa mapendekezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, au tubadilishe mapendekezo haya tuweze kutoa masharti na msimamo ambao utahakikisha kwamba mafisadi hawa wamechukuliwa hatua za kisheria na za.
Asante sana Senator Mwenye Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia ripoti ya vifaa vya matibabu. Kwanza pia mimi ningejiunga na maseneta wenzangu kupongeza kamati kwa kazi kubwa waliofanya kuweza kujadiliana, kuweza kuzuru kaunti kadha wa kadha ili waweze kuja na ripoti walioleta katika bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilibahatika kuandamana na kamati katika ziara yao ya kaunti ya Mombasa na kaunti ya Kilifi na kaunti ya Tana River. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mombasa tulizuru kwa arifa ya siku moja, na nafikiri tulipozuru Coast General Hospital ambapo vifaa vingi vilikuwa vimewekwa, kamati iliridhika na matumizi ya vifaa vile. Mheshimiwa Spika, vifaa vyote ambavyo vilikuwa vimeletwa katika hospitali ile vilikuwa vinatumika vilivyo na vilikuwa vimeweza kuwezesha hospitali kutoa huduma za kisasa kwa wananchi katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, najiunga na wenzangu kusidikisha kwamba vifaa hivi vimeweza kutumika vizuri katika kaunti yetu ya Mombasa, na sisi tumeona kwamba mradi huu kwa hakika umeweza kusaidia kaunti ya Mombasa ili kuweza kukimu mahitaji ya vifaa maalum ambavyo vinahitajika kuhudumia wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mradi huu wa MES kusema ukweli ulikuwa ni mradi ambao umenuiwa kuwa na lengo zuri sana. Na kwa hakika tumeona katika kila sehemu, kama tulivyokwenda Tana River, tuliona vifaa vilikuwa viko pale, vingine kama vile CT scan na X-ray zilikuwa zinatumika, lakini tatizo ni kwamba kulikuwa hakuna wataalamu wa kutosha kuweza kusaidia kutumia vifaa vile. Kwa mfano, X-ray zao ama CT scan zilikuwa lazima zitumwe Mombasa ziweze kusomwa na baadaye ndio ziregeshwe Tana River ili watu waweze kuhudumiwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mradi kusema ukweli ulikuwa ni mradi ambao ulikuwa na malengo mazuri sana, lakini utekelezaji wake Mheshimiwa Spika ndio umeweza kuleta mtafaruku na pia sitafahamu, na vile vile pia ufujaji wa pesa ambazo zilikuwa zimeinuliwa kutekeleza mradi ule. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza kabisa ni kwamba kulikuwa kukufanywa mahitaji yanayotakana katika kila kaunti ili tujue kwamba kaunti fulani tunahitajia vifaa hivi, kaunti fulani tunahitajia vifaa hivi, ili vile vifaa ambavyo vitapelekwa kwa kaunti zile vile vina manufaa kwa wale watu. Haina faida Mheshimiwa Spika, maboksi na maboksi ya vifaa viweze kuwekwa katika store wakati kaunti zinalipia huduma vifaa vile bila kupata huduma zake. Mheshimiwa Spika, utaona pia kwamba katika maeneo mengi kaunti zilikuwa hazijajitayarisha. Kwa mfano, mashini za dialysis zinahitajia maji ambayo yako safi. Lakini utapata mahospitali mengi hayana maji ya kutosha katika kuhudumia wananchi. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti zetu nyingi zilikuwa hazijajitayarisha kuweza kupokea vifaa hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ilivyo ugatuzi, zile kaunti ambazo zinaona mbele zimeweza kufaidika na vifaa hivi, na zile ambazo bado ziko katika fikra ya kurudi nyuma hazijaweza kupata faida yoyote katika vifaa hivi. Kwa hivyo hatukuweza kupata ile tunaita kwa Kiingereza value for money katika kaunti zetu nyingi ambazo vifaa hivi vimeweza kupelekwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilibahatika pia kuzuru Meru na kamati ya COVID, na tukaona kwamba vifaa ambavyo walipewa vya ICU karibu miaka mitatu kutoka vifaa vile viletwe, bado vilikuwa katika store na hawajaweza kujenga ICU kuweza kutumia vifaa vile. Mheshimiwa Spika, sehemu nyingine ambayo tuliweza kwenda pia ni Kilifi, ambapo pia vifaa vya ICU mpaka sasa havijaweza kutumika, hali ya kwamba vimeweza kuletwa kwa muda wa miaka zaidi ya mitatu katika kaunti zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeelezwa kwamba mradi wa MES ulikuwa utumike kwa muda wa miaka 7. Na hivi sasa tayari miaka imekwenda na vile vile bado hatujaweza vifaa vingine havijaweza kuletwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi vifaa vilikuwa vimenunua kwanza vile vimekodishwa kwa zile kaunti zetu. Na sasa miaka 7 inakwisha. Je, vifaa hivi vitarudi kwa waliokodisha ama vitakuwa vimeweza kuuzwa kwa zile kaunti zetu ili waendelee kupatia huduma kwa wananchi? Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kumalizia ni kwamba kamati imeweza kusema kwamba kuna mashtaka fulani ambayo yalifanyika, makosa fulani ambayo yalifanyika kisheria, lakini hatukuweza kuona hata mmoja ambaye amepelekewa kidole kusema kwamba wewe umefanya makosa haya, wewe umefanya makosa haya. Kwa hivyo hii ripoti kama alivyotangulia kusema Mheshimiwa Mwaura ni kwamba ni kama kupiga domokaya. Hakuna mwelekeo wote ambao tuweza kuchukua sisi kama Senate kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao walifuja pesa za umma, wale ambao walifanya makosa kadha wa kadha wameweza kupelekwa mbele ya sheria ili kuweza.
Asante. Senator Naomi Wako Jilo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important report. Mr. Speaker, I want to base my whatever I want to say on the report itself. Mr. Speaker, from the report, according to MOH, the MES project was aimed at accelerating progress towards attaining the health sector goals of equitable, affordable, and quality health care at the highest attainable standards. Mr. Speaker, this is something that can really encourage anybody, and especially counties that really needed these equipments. And Mr. Speaker, from the report, it is quite clear that MES has not served the purpose, the intended purpose. Attaining equitable, affordable, and quality health care services is something, as I said, that is relevant, that can save and transform the health sector. But unfortunately, this did not happen. Mr. Speaker, the other main aim of MES was to equip level 4 and level 5 hospitals with specialized modern and state-of-art equipment so as to ensure that all citizens, regardless of location, has access to centralized, quality, specialized health services. Mr. Speaker, when we were told about MES and what it was to do, a county like Marsabit, where we have level 5 hospital and has, suffered in many ways, we gained a lot of hope in this. But unfortunately, that has not happened. And Mr. Speaker, from the recommendation of the committee that has sat for many months, discussed, deliberated, visited, and done their own analysis, and came up with this big report that we are all going through now. The committee that I highly respect, and with the report they have given us, we must say a big thank you to the team, because they sacrificed a lot in order for this information to be placed before us. Mr. Speaker, from their recommendation, it is clear that the design of the MES project was not conducted in accordance with the constitutional provision. And that is where the vacuum is. And Mr. Speaker, it is also from the report, according to the committee's observation, that the county government were not involved in the needs assessment. And so whatever they were given was not according to their need. Again, from their recommendation, the equipment supplied under the project was not tailored to suit the unique and specific needs of each county. Mr. Speaker, this is very sad, because many of our counties have been suffering, and this project was to transform their lives. But unfortunately, it did not help them. Mr. Speaker, again, under the recommendation, in many instances, various the equipment supplied under this project duplicated equipment already in use at the county level, i.e. Turkana County received additional CT scan machine. This is total wastage of resources, and Mr. Speaker, many other times we have talked of corruption in our country, misuse and mismanagement of funds, which are planned and well used, and just to...
Your time is up. Senator Wambua Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I need to declare that I was actually a member of this committee that came up with this report. Mr. Speaker, in support of the work that was done by this committee, I want to just make a few clarifications, and then I add my voice to this. Mr. Speaker, there has been concern that the report seems to be targeting local contractors and local businesses for punishment. Mr. Speaker, I want to say nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an example of maybe two companies. For the record, Mr. Speaker, Senator Ladema Olekina read before us here a letter that he said was dated October 2014, giving a local company the power of attorney to act on behalf of a foreign contractor. As Speaker, for the record, let it be known that the tendering of this project was done in June 2014, 5 months before the purported letter of attorney was tabled. The Speaker, the other matter that needs clarity is the issue of the local law firm, IKM. The Speaker, the engagement between the Ministry of Health, and it's on record, it's in this report. The engagement between IKM and the Ministry of Health began as an informal engagement. Then MOH wrote to the AG requesting that IKM be enlisted in this contract. The Speaker, that's not even where the issue is. The issue is, Mr. Speaker, that toward the expiry of the contract, GE, who is a contractor in this project, organized a fundraiser. In fact, in the words of the former AG, they conducted a rambe to raise money for payment to IKM. The Speaker, I want to say two things about this project. The conceptualization of the MES project was a good idea.
What's your point of order, Senator Ledama, though you have just walked in?
You can you walk in that point of order now? Ledama, I'll tell
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a house of record, and it is important that when a senator alleges, he has to prove. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've just listened to my colleague, the distinguished senator of Kitui, who is my good friend, very good friend. You know, the only problem is maybe his style of clothing is a bit different from mine. Others would be brothers. But he has indicated that I made an allegation that there was a letter which gave the power of attorney to a particular company way back in October. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Hansard will bear me witness that I indicated very clearly that there was a letter which was addressed to the Principal Secretary, and it was dated November 25th, 2014, appointing a local company as the agent of an original manufacturer. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also pointed out on the issue of the power of attorney, that the power of attorney, according to the report, was issued to this company February 18th, but it was ratified in May 18 by the company in Italy. So all I'm saying is that it is important for us to be able to have facts. Those are the facts that I read. Those are what I tabled, Mr. Speaker, okay. And it is in the report. So I only want to request my good friend, Senator from Kitui, that when he is speaking, if he does not remember, he can call the Hansard department to give him the facts.
Okay. He was a member of the committee. Yes, Senator.
You know, I'm just restraining myself.
Are you tabling the letters? Senator Ledama? Order. Are you tabling the letters? As part of the record? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I am just restraining myself from having an exchange with my friend.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
I'm on the floor,
Ledama. He's still on the floor, Senator Ledama. Okay, proceed, Senator.
Ledama, through the Speaker, I would have actually asked Senator for Narok, understanding order number 99, whether you actually would want to declare his interest on this matter. But let me not go that direction, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, he has just confirmed what I said, that the letter was issued on the 25th of November, 2014. The tendering for the project was done in June of 2014. 5 months before that letter was given. So, Ledama, let's not go there. Let me just conclude my submission. Mr. Speaker, the MES project in two counties did a fantastic job, Mr. Speaker. At Mombasa General, and the senator from Mombasa has confirmed it, it is a resounding success. In MTRH, they have done very well. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my submission, I hope at some point, maybe not now, each one of us will take time to go through this report from the first page to the last page. Because most of the issues that have been raised on the floor of this Senate, most of those issues are captured in this report. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there are observations and recommendations at every level of investigation. But I think what has happened is that a lot of us have just gone to the general observations and made our conclusions from the general observations. But at every level of investigation, every institution that has been mentioned, there are findings, observations, and recommendations. The Speaker, I support the report.
Senator Boy Issa Juma.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii ili na mimi pia niweze kuchangia katika katika msaada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema la kweli mradi huu ulikuwa ni mradi mzuri sana katika nchi yetu hii ya Kenya. Ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hizi kaunti zetu kuna kaunti zingine ambazo walikuwa hawatajua kwamba watapata lini mashini kama vile za scanning, mashini kama vile za kusafisha figo, mashini za ICU na mashini mingine Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika,
let's consult in law tone, Senator Ledama.
Tafadhali Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba uweze kunisaidia at least kuingiza.
Let's listen to there's a senator on the floor of the house.
Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mradi ulipokuja katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, watu wengi sana walifurahikia sana kuona kwamba hali ya matibabu katika nchi yetu, wale ambao walikuwa hawana uwezo, wale ambao walikuwa hali zao ni nyembamba kwenda kwa hospitali zile za kubwa, huu mradi ulipoingia imewasaidia wananchi wengi sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu hasa maradhi kama ya figo, ukiangalia Kenya, figo, mtu akiwa na figo kama hana milioni moja au ana nusu milioni, ni huyo mtu atapata shida kubwa sana. Ni lazima atafute usaidizi katika hospitali za private. Kwa hivyo huu mradi ulipoingia watu wengi sana walifurahikia Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi kama senator pia nimefurahikia ulivyoingia katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu watu wengi walipata huduma. Ingawa kuna ripoti zingine za wananchi wanasema sio pesa zimefujwa, kuna nini. Hii ni kawaida Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu Waswahili wanasema hata ukafanya jema kitu gani katika nchi hii, lazima utazungumzwa Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo pia naunga mkono hii komiti ile kazi yao iliyofanya, ripoti yao wamefanya vizuri sana. Walizunguka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, wakaenda Tana River na kaunti zingine tukiona katika runinga. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nawashukuru sana kamati na Mwenyezi Mungu ajalie kwa kazi yao iliyofanya vizuri. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Musuruve.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to add my thought. And I want to thank the ad hoc committee led by Senator Dulo for really the effort that they really made in coming up with the report. Initially, when this project started, the intentions were very noble, because I can imagine Kenyans who are not able Kenyans like, for example, who had diseases that were chronic would be treated at the county level. And sometimes even Kenyans before this project, I know there are quite a number of Kenyans who are going abroad for their diseases to be managed. And I want to say that leasing equipment then would necessitate that there would be capacity building
Let's consult in low
for
tones.
medics,
The Eastern
capacity
team.
building on how to use the
Let's consult in low
equipment
tones.
and all that. But
Senator
Honorable
Lamu.
Speaker, maybe a concern that would raise eyebrows is an issue where payment has been made for equipment that are already in Netherlands, but they have not arrived yet in Kenya, meaning that they'll perpetually be paid. The Netherlands government will be paid maybe on monthly basis and all that, and yet, the equipment are not being used. So I want to say that this really is not really economical in any sense, that you're paying for equipment that are still in the Netherlands. In fact, the payments ought to have been when the equipment had landed. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that because of the many dynamics, then the project became highly expensive and not really meeting the needs of Kenyans. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, yes, the report has come to this floor, but the overgeneralization of the report does not really give a true picture of who exactly was involved in what. So probably specific issues, specific names needed to come out clearly so that Kenyans have a clue of exactly what happened. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that there's need for a rethought on this particular report, so that even the report that is being made and the recommendations are seamless, so that they flow. The contradictions, the ironies that are in the report need to be ironed out quite effectively, because I'm sure that Kenyans are really, waiting to hear the verdict of this report. And the verdict actually need to put us up as a house, Senate as the upper house. So there's need also to rethink on this, so that even the health committee is also brought on board to ensure that whatever is being put before us is commendable and also is able to meet the test of time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Order, senators. Order. Finally, Senator Sakaja.
Thank you very much, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really disappointed by the constraint of time, because there's really a lot that I would like to touch on when it comes to this report on MES. Mr. Speaker, members of the Health Committee will tell you that this past Monday, when we were questioning the Nairobi Metropolitan Services on issues with respect to Pumwani Hospital, and we had an opportunity to discuss the happenings generally in the health sector in Nairobi, the director of medical issues in Nairobi County was able to confirm the minimal equipment received in Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, we asked further for them to be able to share that information with us, that a county of 4.3 million people, a county of 17 constituencies and 85 wards, would have only one renal facility under MES, Mr. Speaker, is really disappointing. Mr. Speaker, as many members have said, this report by the committee is a huge indictment to the capacity of the Senate to conduct proper investigation. In fact, I have been informed by my friend, Senator Mutula, not to use the word proper, because that is even difficult. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is all back.
Let's consult in low tones.
It is all back and no bite. This is a huge, huge undertaking by the national government, by our county governments that have been funding it. Once you transform health in any society, you're able to free up resources from the people to do other things. And we expected to see a proper report. So at the outset, Mr. Speaker, let me say that in the absence of any serious recommendation, it would be remiss for me or any other member of this House to allow such a report to be a copy or a record of an investigation of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this work must be done properly. And as someone alluded, it seems as if the observations and everything going on went very well, but something happened when it came to recommendations. Mr. Speaker, committees are not supposed to write poetry. Committees are not supposed to give us stories. They're supposed, if you look at our standing orders and look at the Constitution, to actually give far-reaching recommendations, because if after 8 months, after 11.6 million shillings, just on trips, and I'm not even speaking about allowances, the most you can say is that we're asking ESCC to investigate. We should have said that on day one and saved this country and taxpayers a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, there is more than meets the eye. And I would urge colleagues that this matter does not rest there. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things that will still need to be looked into properly by a properly constituted forum of this House. Mr. Speaker, there's a letter that I'm sure has been received by your office, has been received by the clerk's office, by the other committee, and I have no capacity to table it, but it responds to some of the issues raised in this, Mr. Speaker. And I was really shocked. In fact, I've never seen something like this. That, Mr. Speaker, somebody admits that on the 24th of February 2015, General Electric received a request for a $1.3 million US contribution to the Ministry of Health's legal fees. Upon inquiry, GE was advised that the concept of donations, including the use of the word donations, was properly grounded and permitted by the Kenyan law under the Public Finance Management Act. Having such assurances, GE made a contribution of $600,000 to these legal fees in 2 payments of $300,000 each. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's the spirit of Harambee or what PFM they're reading.
Okay.
Traffic lights, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
They didn't go to amber and they didn't go to red. and that's why I was not being timed.
Given that you are the last one, I'll give you 3 more minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I will use them properly. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that they received the assurance and made 2 contributions of $300,000. Critically, they also obtained the requested assurances that the other 7 bidders will also contribute, that they shall get a legal opinion confirming the legality. That is after they have made the contribution, and that the AG shall confirm this. Mr. Speaker, there is only one version of the Public Finance Management Act. There is no other version. Mr. Speaker, our laws are very clear. In fact, I'm very happy this letter has come today. In our tradition, we say sometimes the water pot breaks at the door. The river might be 3 kilometers away, but when you've reached the door, that is when the water pot is breaking. Mr. Speaker, because of this, and many other revelations that have come out, I would like to urge colleagues that while we laud and appreciate the time the committee took to doing this work, it is not satisfactory. It is not, and I don't know what Senator Orengo was saying, and I wish he was here, or the clerks would, or Mr. Speaker, you'd guide us. What mechanism is there to have a report as a record of the House, yet not pass it? You know, let us be real with each other. This report as it is, I have seen allegations against PKF. We've done further inquiry and have seen, Mr. Speaker, that there's more than meets the eye. Not only were they not single-sourced, Mr. Speaker, they were not even hired. And Mr. Speaker, those of us who I have worked in audit firms, Mr. Speaker, since the age of 19. I worked at PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Speaker. And I know what you mean when you talk about lease versus buy analysis. Mr. Speaker, that is not what they are contracted to do. Yet, if you hear the submissions that have been made by the committee, and I would really like to know from the committee, Why is it that the buck was louder than the bite, Mr. Speaker? If it is for us to come and rubber stamp that I personally, on behalf of the people of Nairobi, who require proper health services throughout the city of Nairobi, cannot be part of such a process. Mr. Speaker, I urge members to fail this report, but to just, use it as preparatory material or to use it as an introductory preface of the real work that will be done by this House. Mr. Speaker, when I go to the Hansard, and using Standing Order 58 so that you don't delay the process, when I go to the Hansard of this Parliament, sometimes I see reports of this House from 1965. And those reports are worth the paper they've been written on. You can say this is truly a report of the Parliament of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I urge the committee either to seek a new mandate or to have sought an extension, but not to allow us, Mr. Speaker, to be a conveyor belt in just this love letter that we're seeing based on the recommendations. I oppose.
Okay, Honorable Senator's order. I now call upon the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the contribution by members of this committee. I don't know how many minutes I have to respond. No. It can't be 5 minutes. 10 minutes, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker. That's okay. I might do less than that. Mr. Speaker, let me take this committee, this House, through a memory lane as far as mess is concerned. Mr. Speaker, when mess issue came up, it was first subjected to the committee of the whole House, where I remember very well, that committee was chaired by none other than Senator Murkomen. And that didn't take even a week for them to come up with anything. Number two, the same mess issue was subjected to the Committee of Health. It didn't go anywhere. It's the House that decided to give this report to the committee that came up with this report. Immediately, Mr. Speaker, when this report came up, most of the senators in this House were saying, this is the best report that Senate has ever had. Unfortunately, 2 weeks down the line, the same individuals who said this is the best report any Senate has ever had, they are the ones who are saying this is rubbish, this is fake, the committee did nothing. It's really wrong for members to be hypocritical. And secondly, I will say, it's actually demoralizing to the members who have put their energy, their strength into this report. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. The work of this committee, it really touched each and every nerve of mess, from day one to the current position. If it is an issue of recommendation, we had all the reason. We had sat as a committee, went through the report, went through the investigation, went through the observation and findings, and that is the recommendation we came up with. The best reason members are giving here to shoot down the report is simply the recommendations are not biting. Mr. Speaker, if I look at some of the issues raised by individuals, where people are bringing amendments concerning particular individuals, concerning particular companies, faulting the whole report, clearly I'll say that is conflict of interest, because you didn't sit in that committee to really understand the nitty-gritty, the issues brought before the committee. Mr. Speaker, if I may give an example of IKM, and I thank Senator Sakaja, having brought the issue of the donation, the Harambe, the so-called Harambe, by the former AG, Githu Muigai. Mr. Speaker, IKM were actually brought on board much even before they got the approval from Attorney General. And that was illegal in itself. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, IKM is the one that was recruited to guide through the legal process to make sure that mess went as far as the law is concerned. Unfortunately, there were so many violations of legislation. There are so many gaps as far as mess is concerned. There are so many problems as far as letters of support were concerned. And here, some of our colleagues.
Let's consult in low tones. I know our sugar levels are deteriorating, but we are almost there. Yes, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, and you can see some of our colleagues standing here exonerating IKM, which is really very wrong, because you have not even interacted with the reports. Mr. Speaker, as far as the letter by Senator Olekina, the contract is very clear, where the original manufacturers must apply for the contract, Mr. Speaker. But the company he mentioned here, they are not the original manufacturers. The letter he is mentioning, Mr. Speaker, is just identifying them as the agent, Mr. Speaker. But they didn't have power of attorney to sign that contract. And that is the reason why we said investigation should be carried out, Mr. Speaker. And the same with IKM, Mr. Speaker. Now, the names that were mentioned there, Caro and the rest, we have not interacted with those names as far as the committee are concerned. Mr. Speaker, the GE company, if I may give a story of GE, we have given them opportunity 4 times to allow them to produce power of attorney to allow them to sign the contract. The first 3 days or 3 times they appeared before us, they said they had power of attorney. And they appeared with a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. But the last day when they appeared before us, Mr. Speaker, they came and said they don't have power of attorney, which clearly they are lying to the committee. And as far as we are concerned, GE were not original manufacturers. And that is the reason why we didn't go ahead to interrogate them. And our recommendation, if you look at page 312 of the current report and 313, it's very clear. We have said investigate and prosecute. You can refer to the report. So it is hypocritical for some members to stand here and say, we didn't actually touch anything on GE. And we have even said in the report, they had conflict of interest as far as IKM is concerned, because they had a relationship with IKM before the contract of mess. And that is in the report. Mr. Speaker, the issue of what happens to the equipment, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the contract, the report is very clear. We said carry out audits of those equipments because the contract is very clear. You've had your time.
Let her finish. Let her finish. No. Let her finish. Let her finish. Senator Ledama, okay, but you can read the mood of the House. Okay, but you can read from the mood of the House.
I really do not want to interfere or interrupt my dear sister, Senator Dulo. But I think the key most important thing is that we must always reduce ourselves to facts.
Order, Senators.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Companies Act Section 40 is very clear. It says a company may, in writing, authorize an execution of deeds or other documents, person either generally or in respect to specific matters by attorney, as it is attorney to the execution to execute deeds or other documents on its behalf. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is okay to say that a company is not an original manufacturer, but our own laws in Kenya allows. It allows. This is the same reason why when you look at other companies, other international laws, Mr. Speaker, sir, the biggest debate now is why Donald Trump is being allowed to pay $750 in taxes. It's because the laws allow.
So what's your point of
order? So let us
order?
separate.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is on facts. It is important to clarify that when our own laws allows for the power of attorney to be used, and I'm sure the minority leader can be able to
Senator
support me.
Harugura, okay,
You have to support me.
Senator Harugura, or who is okay, let's Senator Wamatangi, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, if just for the record, and I would want to urge my colleagues to be patient because, Mr. Speaker, they don't know what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to bring to your attention and find out, is it in order, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, that the mover can replace the words that she's used when senators have aired their views and termed them as hypocritical. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the use of the word, of the term when senators are debating and airing their opinion, putting on record the word that senators are being hypocritical, I think, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be corrected, that she should replace that word with a more amenable and parliamentary language, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Dulo, proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, leader?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is based on the right of fair hearing under the Constitution. I'm a little bit taken aback when a member who stands on a point of order is stopped on the basis of the mood of the House. A lot of mistakes have been made in this country because somebody who has got a very valid point is told, you can read the mood of the House. That's how Kenya became a one-party state. So I'm just pleading that we may be tired, but next time, Olekina may not have, we may not agree with him, but let's not use the mood of the House as an excuse. That silent voice may be normally the voice of God.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I want to move away from the mood of the House to the tradition of the House. When the mover is called upon to respond, it is like a valedictory speech. It is a final speech. All these members had an opportunity to debate, and Mr. Speaker, you are very generous. And one member here was very clever to ensure that we have adjusted time until conclusion of the debate today. Mr. Speaker, am I in order to ask you to allow Senator Dulo to do her valedictory speech so that after that, members can have their vote?
Okay, Senator Dulo, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I have to defend my report. Yeah? Mr. Speaker, let me go back to the point raised by Senator Olekina. Because, Mr. Speaker, no. You raised, there's no problem. But I must defend the position of the committee because we sat in that committee and we have facts. And don't argue on point of laws that you are not sure about, because power of attorney is what authorized that individual to sign the contract. And the letter you are talking about is a general letter, but we are specifically looking at the mess. Did that company have powers? Number two, we should not behave like we are representing contractors here, and that is why I'm saying that Now what? Yes, I have a right to my opinion. I have a right, and I must say it. I must say it. Yes, we are not here to defend contractors. If you are here to defend contractors, go to the court of law and defend them there, but not on the floor of the House when you have the interest of the country at heart and you are elected people to represent them here in this House. I must say that, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not wrong. That is my opinion. Mr. Speaker, let me proceed. And a layer to...
Order, senators. Order. Is a point of order. Keep it brief. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know who the senator is referring to, but despite the emotion or the passion, our standing orders are clear on imputing improper motive on any senator. Mr. Speaker, in as much as members might be eager for her to finish, this record will stay for longer than we're staying in this House right now. So, Mr. Speaker, our rules still apply. And it completely prohibits any senator, no matter who she could have been referring to, prohibits you from imputing improper motive on a colleague on how they were prosecuting their point. So, Mr. Speaker, because of that, you need to rule that either that statement is withdrawn or is substantiated. Because also, if Senator Dulo has facts that anybody here is representing any contractor, even I would want to know, and all of us would want to know, and she has 48 hours to substantiate it. But in the absence of those facts, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record and of honor. This is a record, and she will defend herself, Senator Murkomen. Let her defend herself.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot impute that anybody's submission were not here representing the county they represent, but representing any vendor or contractor, Mr. Speaker. And if any was, they were to declare that interest. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
According to our rules.
Order, senators. Order. Yes, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the submission by Senator Dulo. First of all, she used the collective we. And then she went ahead to say, we should not behave as though. She did not say that anybody is doing it. She's just putting caution that we should not behave as though we are representing contractors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo, proceed. I think, yes, Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, still on the right of fair hearing, what I understood the Deputy Leader of Majority to be putting forward to the chamber was not an assertion of a fact. She was putting a rhetorical question. If the if worries you, then there must be something happening in your system that makes you worried. But I think it was a rhetorical question. Yeah.
Okay, Senator Fatuma, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, let me point out the issue of leasing versus direct purchase as far as the committee's position is concerned. Medical scheme or MES was actually the contract for leasing. And the committee was saying, and actually that is why the governors actually wanted MES project to be handled by themselves, because they felt leasing is more expensive, and yet the equipment was not theirs. And that is why we are saying we were actually comparing leasing and direct purchase, where actually we are saying it's better to have even purchased those equipment directly than, leasing them when some of the equipments are not even necessarily important for them to have been leased. And that is the position of the committee. Mr. Speaker, issues like equipment of Meru County, where Senator Linturi is concerned, those equipments, they are lying in Netherlands, Mr. Speaker. And the counties are paying 200 per year. And there is only 3 years left for the contract actually to expire. And this is really very wrong, because We try to interrogate Treasury and even Ministry of Health and ask them, where is this money? But they were unable to explain to us where the money is going. Mr. Speaker, HCIT Lot 3 and 4, that was subject of variation to 200, HCIT has not taken off. Lot 3 and 4, up to now, the contract is not awarded. Yet, the money is deducted from the county government. We asked Ministry of Health and Treasury, where is the money? Nobody could give us answers. And Mr. Speaker, I want to stop here. As far as the committee is concerned, we have done our best. That even National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, investigated on this report. But if you compare the report of the National Assembly and the report of the Senate, they are totally different. And I don't see why members should water down the report done by this committee, where we sacrificed our time and everything to put into this report. Mr. Speaker, it's up to the House. And I believe if this House is going to kill this report, and that is where I'm seeing it is heading, Mr. Speaker, then...
Don't preempt...
Mr. Speaker, let me say it.
Don't
It's my
anticipate, just
observation.
make your
Mr. Speaker, I am entitled to the observation. This will indict this House, let me tell you. Kenyans were really waiting for this report. And if it is killed today, this is the end of mess. And let me say, this will be the end of Senate as far as investigation and mess is concerned. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question, of course, I told you that time is never a strategy. The time has finally come. You have spoken and you are going to speak. And of course, the majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. I now put the question, which is that the Senate adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on managed equipment services on inquiry into the managed equipment services project by the Ministry of Health laid on the tape of the Senate on Tuesday, 8 September 2020, and this is a matter affecting counties. Therefore, the voting will be by delegation. The bell should be rung for, I directed the bell be rung for 2 minutes. Okay, order, Senators. Order. We have two tellers. Senator Falhada is for yes. Senator Kwamboka is for no. So, clerk. Settle down, Senators. Settle down, settle down. Settle down. I can see the leader of majority also arriving. Okay. 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 Senator, Clerk, Secretariat, let's start. Order, Senators, we are starting the roll call.
Senator Adan Duro Fatuma, Isiolo County.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim, Wajir County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County.
I vote no.
Senator Cherarke Samson, Nandi County.
I vote no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Haji Mohammed Yusuf, Garissa County.
On behalf of my delegation, I vote no.
Senator Harigura Godana, Marsabit County. Senator Imana Marakai Charles Ekal, Turukana County. Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda, Machakos County.
Okay, no, okay. Okay, no.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Mr. Speaker, did you see how the senator from Machakos, who is a very well-respected lawyer, if he was in a courtroom, he would have been taken to the down of the cells. He's just crossing the floor anyhow. As if he's can he go to the bar?
Senator Kabaka, can you go to the bar and do the necessary? The beauty with Senator Machakos is very obedient. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
I vote no.
Senator Kamar Margaret, Uasin Gishu County.
I vote no.
Senator Kangata Irungu, Murang'a County.
I vote no.
Senator Hanir George, Vihiga County. Senator Kibiru Charles, Kirinyaga County. Senator Kihika Susan, Nakuru County.
I vote no.
Okay, order, Senators. Decorum during division, order, Senators. This is standing order number 86-4. During division, Senators shall maintain order in the Senate and shall be in their designated seats and shall remain seated until the result is announced. So I want to discourage nomadism.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul, Kiambu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Kindiki Kithure, Tharaka-Nithi County.
I vote no.
Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina, Nyeri County.
I vote no.
Senator Langat Christopher, Bomet County.
Order, Senator Maina. Once you have voted, you don't give a speech. You take take your seat, Honorable Senator. Take your seat.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County. Senator Lelewel Tumbesi, Samburu County. Senator Linturi Mithika, Meru County.
You are not on record. It's there, you have it. You have it.
I vote no. Senator Loitip Annual, Lamu County.
I vote no.
Senator Masayo Steward Mwashiru, Kilifi County. Senator Mahmoud Mohamed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote no.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wakungu, Kakamega County.
You are not on record.
Speaker,
You are off. Yeah. Okay. Order, yeah. We have a letter which cancelled the delegation. So the letter has not been reversed, so unfortunately we, as much as we know you really want to vote, but we can't, yeah.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote no.
Senator Mbogo George Ochiro Ayako, Migori County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moi Gideon, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salau, Kajiado County.
I vote no.
Senator Murkomen Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
The Speaker, on behalf of Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet, I vote no.
Order, Senator Murkomen. You are not the senator for Baringo.
Mr. Speaker, it's the principle of good neighborness. So, but Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote no.
Senator Mwangi Paul Githiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwasushe, Taita Taveta County.
I vote no.
Senator Mwinyi Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
I vote no.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
I vote no.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this report is horrible. I vote no.
Senator Ongeri Samson, Kisii County. Senator Orengo James, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Bogisho Samuel Rosoron, West Pokot County.
What is automatic? No.
Senator Sakaja Johnson, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no. And on behalf of my distinguished uncle, who I can't see,
Senator Wako Siswila Amos, Busia County. Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, to fight the mess in this mess, to stop corruption in this country, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Gorich Juma, Tana River County. Senator Wetangura Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Senator Sakaja, you are out of order. We are not voting as families here. We are voting as senators. Okay, order, senators. Senator Cherargei, as usual, you are found in the wrong place. Take your seat. So these are the results of the vote. The ayes 2, abstentions 0, nays 27, the noes have it. Therefore, so the report is lost. Honorable senators, having concluded the business of the sitting as earlier resolved, it's now time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate, therefore, what's your point of order? You can't, okay. Okay, I know what I will announce it. Order, senators, like I did mention earlier on, order, that our chairman of the security, Honorable Senator Haji, is undergoing an operation, and we just ask that we pray for him. It's a 5-hour operation. So that is all that, yes. Senator Haji, our chairman of our security committee, is in theater now. He fell, I said earlier on that he dislocated his, he fell at home and he had to be flown here early this morning. I was at the airstrip to receive him. Therefore, let's pray for him. Okay. So the Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 30th September 2020 at 2:30 p.m.